Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Roll with Advantage. Very excited to be here for tonight's session of the Crimson Court. As is tradition, Ryan does the summary. Ryan, take it away. Let us know. What happened last week? I forget.
2 weeks ago, but yes, allow me to take care of it. Act 1, Chapter 27, Vision. What? I'm just making sure the record's straight, that's all. The session opens with Via opening letters from her friends, Poppy and Isadora. They each write of how they are on house arrest, denying any knowledge of the recent betrayals and attacks that took place at Skyhaven. Via also receives a mysterious third letter, later revealed to be Victor, who is still seemingly working for the benefit of the heirs. Via informs her siblings of what she learns, but they are not ultimately able to come to a clear conclusion about what they should do, though it is ultimately decided that they should learn all they can from the girls eventually. Edwin and Astrid speak with the council, questioning about how to proceed with their marriage reveal. Ultimately, it is decided that the first marriage will be undone, and they will be remarried under the blessing of the crown, effectively making Freya into a bastard, but providing at least a little break for his sisters before they are required to find their own marriage agreements. Via goes to see Xanthi, offering an apology for believing what Seraphina said about Xanthi. Xanthi acknowledges that the accusation hurt, but accepts the apology. Via vows to take her duties more seriously and to not be fooled again in the future. Merrick trains in his free time, but is soon joined by Solara and the Egg. They speak with Merrick, believing that the dragon is gathering the last of its strength to break free from the Egg. Merrick and Solara reaffirm their desire to work together and see this through to the end. Via meets Master Diviner Lysandor Astrolor, who speaks to Via and helps her to further her training with divination. He also speaks of a curse that has affected her family line, and he believes that it is also plaguing her. He promises to help her continue to hone her talents, though, even offering her a new arcane focus to help channel her visions. Kaylin meets with Gareth and others, celebrating her birthday with her loved ones from the Serpent's Grove and receiving a gift from Talon of a flying broom. Talon gives Kaylin a kind poem about his love for her as well. She shares all this with her siblings, who each present their own gifts to Kaylin. The siblings bond, spending a rare moment of peace in their currently chaotic lives. The heirs eventually read through several of Talon's old journals. However, the main thing that sticks out to them is the story of Edwin's mother, how they met, fell in love, and eventually came to have Edwin. There is a mention in the story of how her magic was able to heal Talon, though, leaving the heirs wondering if this was a gift that Edwin could inherit and use. Finally, Davian's trial is brought forward, with Gareth finding enough evidence to pursue a guilty verdict. Davian is brought in to defend himself. However, Kaylin detects his thoughts and is able to tell that Davian is actually not Davian at all, and there are multiple voices in his head. Davian shapeshifts into a devil, speaking cryptically that Edwin is still hiding secrets before magically causing the mutilated body of Davian to appear. The devil disappears as quickly as he arrived, leaving the heirs and the council staring at Davian's corpse more confused than ever.
And that's right, we're going to pick up. So, diving right back in. The mutilated corpse, having dropped in close proximity to Edwin, most of that blood and sinew having splashed up to cover bits and pieces of your clothing, your armor, and even bits of blood splashed onto your face, Edwin. The council immediately, and I'm sure most of you, stand and begin to step backwards at the view of this grotesque pile of blood and sinew, barely recognizable as the former spymaster, Davian Talon. Gareth says, "God's above," as he sort of takes a few steps back. Garrett immediately moves towards you, Edwin, to sort of make sure that you're okay, that the body's not going to reanimate itself and attack you. And he sort of looks down to you. "Boy, are you all right?" "Are you hurt?"
Edwin is just staring at the pile of blood and parts, and just like almost right now, if you were listening to what's going on in his head, it's like a concussion bomb or grenade. It's just like the ringing in his ears, and he's just staring at it in shock.
Come on, and Garrett's gonna kind of like have you stand up, and he's gonna try and like pull you away from the pile of blood. The two Crown Claw Knights, they're immediately going to move, start to talk. Sir Garrett is gonna say a couple of things to them, and more Crown Claw Knights are gonna sort of filter in, and others are going to spread out, trying to search for whoever this interloper is, trying to see if maybe they teleported away somewhere in the keep. If hopefully they can find them. But as the sort of hubbub is happening in this room, you can see the Lord Regent Gareth. He kind of like has a handkerchief pulled out and he's kind of covering his mouth with, and he sort of like side eyes that pile of pulp, and says, "Good gods, what happened?" Do you know anything about this, Edwin?
He's... Who?
The spy master, Edwin.
Kaylin's gonna walk over to Edwin and put her hand on his shoulder.
He like reacts like scared.
Edwin, it is just me. I need you to take a deep breath. And I need you to focus and come back to us right here, right now. Okay, I think we need to clear this room. I think we need to get away from this. Garrett, can you be in charge of taking care of this?
Yes, Lady Kaylin, I will.
Great. I'm going to take my brother and my siblings, and we're going to go to another room and have a conversation. I don't think it's a conversation that can be happening in this room, Garrett.
Prince, Lady Kaylin, with what just happened, it is something that the rest of the council should be present for as well.
Respectfully, I think we need to find a different space.
Very well, we can find a different space. But the council should be present for this conversation, considering what implication was made.
That can be agreeable. I'm sure we all want to find the answers here.
There is an adjoining courtyard. We can all get some air over there as well. And Lord Regent will begin to walk in that direction, very happy to get out of a room with that in it. And all of you can follow him. It's about 5 minutes of walking, and
Yeah, as we're walking out,
Yeah.
that's me. Kaylin.
Kayla?
Kaylin, she's gonna kind of, not aggressively, but tightly grabbing onto Edwin's shoulder. She's just gonna whisper in his ear, or just like talking softly to him. Edwin, I need you to be honest with us. With everyone when we go out here.
First of all, it was...
Oh, go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead.
All she was gonna say is, unfortunately now, there can be no secrets.
Firstly, it was probably a little bit more difficult to move Edwin. Not that he was resisting, more of like his body just wasn't working. His legs were not moving. And as he's like pushed out of the room, it is like almost as him dragging his feet and just looking down at the stone as we walk. The secrets. Right. Okay.
really cling to his side and have a firm hold onto his shoulder. And just, I guess, forcefully push him into the room. She's not trying to be aggressive. She's just trying to stabilize him the best way she knows how.
Of course. So you do just that. You kind of help him best of your ability. Edwin, as you are being sort of escorted, moved. Part of the reason it's so hard to move is because you hear a voice as it speaks to you, emanating from that gauntlet. There is no shame in what you did. You were defending your family, and you fulfilled your promise. The gauntlet is yours now, Prince Edwin. It serves you. You do not serve any other master. And, Edwin, if you would like to see, without sharing with anyone else, there is an addition to Edwin's character sheet that has already been added, equipped, and attuned.
So you don't want to share with the class?
No, not at all.
What is it?
I'm still reading. I'll read more of it later.
There's a bit there. There's
a lot of text here. There is one.
And John can't read.
Exactly. Not especially not right now. Joe.
Yeah.
Is there any shadows nearby?
It is tough because right now you are
In Kalen's grip.
Kalen is holding on to you, but you're walking through one of those hallways that's kind of connected to an exterior courtyard. So there's like light filtering in. So it's like every 5 feet there is a block of shadow from one of the pillars of the wall. So like every 5 feet you're standing in shadow.
Would you say there's anything like 30 feet away in the opposite direction of everybody?
You're looking like a fucking murderer right now.
Well, because he is.
I mean, yeah. Holy
Yeah, I
shit.
mean,
We're gonna miss Edwin.
whether it be forward or whether it be backwards, there is, within 30 feet, there's definitely plenty of shadow.
He's not going to do anything right now. But he's definitely perceiving shadows. Like he's... there's like a flight or fight response triggering right now in him after the gauntlet's talking to him. Yeah.
Okay.
Kalen would probably be able to see that he's like looking around. Probably not at what exactly, because it's just looking at a shadow, but he's definitely looking around and...
Yeah, I mean, she can recognize the fight or flight response, but she's not going to do anything other than just gently tighten her grip on him.
Okay, sounds good. Alright. Eventually, after about 5-10 minutes of walking, you do arrive in that sort of exterior courtyard, private. A few tables present, the gardens in front of you, and there is this serenity to this garden, but this sort of looming pressure that lingers. So, all of you now stand together. The Envoy General, the Lord Regent, and the Archmage, as well as all of you. Sir Garrett is doing what he can as Sentinel to figure out, get to the bottom of this situation, so he is not present right now. So it's just the 3 of the council members and all of you. And with that, the Lord Regent Gareth will say, All right. Edwin, are you okay? You seem disturbed, and I can understand why. But are you present? Can you talk?
Yes. Yes, I can speak.
Do you have any knowledge as to what was implied by that individual masquerading as Davian?
Knowledge? He's like looking at everyone. I'd say he's on the brink of almost passing out at this point.
There is something else that should be known to all here. Many of you may not be as well versed in it, but as an individual who has studied magic for many, many, many years, Prince Edwin, one thing I suggest you also answer as to why you were conjuring a spell. A circle of truth. Forced speech. Mind-altering magic. Which is illegal in Adaria. Is this true, Prince Edwin?
Yes. I obviously did not use the spell, but I knew he was lying.
How did you know he was lying?
Perception.
I'd like you to make a deception check, Edwin.
Not too bad.
Nice. You just had an instinct then. That does not change the fact that practicing that sort of magic, it goes against the very laws of our nation.
But I did not use the magic.
But you were going to.
We did
Yes.
not commit the act. I feel as though we can't hold ourselves accountable for everything we know or thought we have, especially if it never comes to fruition.
Of course. But then there is still the question of what that individual was implying about you, Prince Edwin. Do you know something about what happened to Davian?
Is it wise to take that thing's word?
All I
So-
can perceive in this moment is that all of you, while disturbed, do not seem nearly as shocked as Prince Edwin. So either Prince Edwin is especially squeamish, which I would not be inclined to believe after his time in the Northy, or there is something that connects him deeper to Davian than what you may be aware of, perhaps.
I am responsible for his death.
What? How? How is that possible?
While he was recovering in the keep, I told all of you I made a promise to the Nornothi. He was threatening my family.
Edwin, what did you do?
Finished it.
God's have mercy.
I
Edwin,
understand,
there.
but how did this creature come into play then?
I don't know. When I saw Davian the next day, I thought I was tricked, and that I hadn't. Seems that I was incorrect.
Edwin, there are laws, and there are judicial systems to ensure that those that break those laws are punished for them. It is not your responsibility to take that into your own hands.
I understand.
You can see Gareth is just very deep in thought right now, trying to unknot this problem that has been put forth.
This doesn't explain the creature that we saw. It doesn't explain why it was inside Davian's head. It doesn't explain how it reanimated and became Davian. There's another missing piece here.
Whatever creature or entity that was, I do not know about that. Perhaps Garrett will have more information when his investigation concludes. What I do know now is that a member of the King's Hand, a prince of Adaria, murdered the spy master.
Defending his family. I understand how it sounds, but I don't think we should leave that out.
I also do not know that there's much we can come to in terms of conclusions in the whole situation until we have a fuller picture from Garrett. until he's been able to conduct his own investigations as to what that thing was. Since it is an important part of what happened here. Perhaps it'd be wise to have a cooling off period whilst those investigations happen.
I agree. If we jump to conclusions now, it's just going to put people into a panic. People are going to distrust Edwin.
Edwin just admitted to something serious. We can't just take that lightly.
And we will not.
Perhaps, Prince Edwin, if I may ask, do you believe that you were not acting of your own right mind? Could potentially there have been something forcing you to do this against your own will, perhaps?
Caitlin shoots some daggers towards Edwin here. Because she had not considered that, because he promised her that he wasn't going to talk to it again. But now, she's realizing that might have been a silly thing to trust him about.
I will say, let's see. Oh man, it's funny because it's only Kaylin and Edwin who have passive insight high enough. It does kind of see it's. You don't think Gareth's alluding to anything intentionally, but it does kind of feel like he's trying to lead the witness right now.
Edwin, you could feel Kaylin's grasp tighten on you. Now it is a little forceful.
Because if your mind was not your own, Prince Edwin, then perhaps there is a different path here.
And again, what is to say that he is in his own mind now? Like I said, we need to understand what that creature was, and then we can make such evaluations.
I am not crazy.
Princess Xanthi, Princess Kaylin, there is reason in what you say. We will postpone this conversation into the future until passions have cooled, and perhaps then we can discover more. In fact, I think that it is best if most of us forget this conversation and we reconvene at a later hour after more information has been gathered. Yes. Very good. Morgana, if you could do anything in assistance with the Sentinel to see if there's any connections here that we might not be aware of. And Alondra, if you could start drafting letters to House Fallon and to House Emberlin to inform them of, well, several drafts related to the Davian's unfortunate demise. I believe the safest bet as of right now is that it was cultists, and we can go from there. We will speak later. And Prince Edwin, please take no offense to this, but for the rest of today and this evening, you will be under watch, and you will not be permitted to leave the keep.
I understand.
Good. And with that, Gareth and the other two council members will head off and leave the five of you in the courtyard alone.
Edwin, look at me. What happened? What really happened? And do not lie to us.
He's not looking at you.
I said to look at me. Does that whole conversation mean nothing?
I promised the Nonathi that I would, and I did.
You promised me something too, Edwin.
What makes you think I didn't keep my promise?
I think the bigger question is, are you an Adarian or are you an Ornathi?
I
Do you
am
realize? Do you realize what it means if you have killed one of the council members, Edwin? That is no light crime, you do know that, yes? I understand we have been perfectly fine skirting so many things recently, but this is different.
I'm sorry.
You cannot just be sorry, Edwin. You need to figure out what you are going to say to them. And you need to figure it out now. Otherwise, they have every right to call for you to be put in the abyssal hold or worse.
I will tell the truth.
You can't even tell us the truth.
And if it is the truth, then you're only sealing your fate that way as well. Are you certain there was nothing else influencing you?
I'm
There
certain
was.
that I killed
There was.
Daphne.
That might be a way out of this. That might be the only way out of this.
Am I to believe that if I claim insanity, then I'm pardoned?
That's not what we're saying, Edwin.
No. But there was some entity there, and it's clearly been manipulating at least events. Who's to say it has not been manipulating you as well? Who's to say you even know yourself? As distraught as you are.
Who's to say that you know who I am?
You know what? You're right, Edwin. We probably don't. You've not been here. You haven't bothered. You chose to not inform us about a lot of things, and now you are bringing us down with you. So if we're all gonna start working independently, apparently, then see you guys in the next meeting. And she's gonna stand and leave.
This is ridiculous. Caitlin's not going anywhere. She's staring Edwin down.
If you're charged with a high crime, Edwin, I can guarantee you will not see Freya and you'll not see Astrid again. Is that what you want?
It's not.
Then I suggest you start thinking and you start talking. Because otherwise that is what is going to happen. Something that gets you out of this. Something that can prove that you have at least some form of innocence. Anything beyond just I'm guilty, I did it.
But I did. Regardless of if there was any influence, I still carried out the final blow.
or both cannot be true. You cannot claim responsibility and also claim you wish to see your family. You have to choose one now.
So what am I to do? Lie.
We cannot be certain it would be a full lie. Again, there is much we do not know about this. Worst comes worse. Once father is well enough, could always invoke another edict. But he cannot do that now. So we need something for now.
Davian deserved this. Sooner or later, I am content that my family is safe now. I am only sorry that I have dragged you all down with me.
And do you think they are safe? Davian was not the only part of this. Do you realize that now? What of that thing? What if that thing wishes to continue out whatever work it had? I assure you it would be far more dangerous to your family than Davian would.
Do not know what to say.
Has he looked up at Kaylin at all yet, or no?
During this conversation with Xanthi, no.
Edwin?
He looks over to you.
Are you telling us the truth? I guess that's our answer. And now Kaylin will leave.
What do you want to happen here, Edwin?
I don't know.
Again, please figure something out. Choose something.
There is nothing else. I will confine myself to my quarters.
After all this, I didn't think you would be the one to give up on them, Edwin.
Give up on them?
That is what you were doing. You realize that, yes? You would clearly do a lot for them. I'm asking for you to fight for them now. Is that really too much? After everything?
My entire existence is to fight for them, Xanthi.
Then continue.
What exactly is it that you want me to say? That I was influenced by some demon?
Good work. You tell us the truth later. But you do not need to tell them every truth. There are things that can only be privileged to the Falcrest family.
So I should use my station. My privilege.
You realize I am trying to help you, yes? I'm not going to continue if you wish to keep being difficult. You decide what you want. You take this time. And I'm not going to go against whatever you choose. Perhaps if you're still permitted to move through the keep freely at least. Be a good idea to at least see them.
And Edwin nods his head and turns around and I guess goes with the guards to be escorted to his room.
Yeah. As you walk back through the hall, there are several crown claws that meet you, and they escort you back to your room, and they will stand guard at your door until you decide to leave it. The rest of the day passes, and most of you tried to distract yourself with other things that are more enjoyable, at least to try and find some type of distraction. Via, you continue to practice your divining with Master Lysandor, little bits at a time, but having to stop frequently out of frustration. Merrick, spending time with Solara and the egg, trying your best to distract yourself with that. Galen, you spend time with Samson, working through the herbs and various ingredients you received from Bjorn and Nan. Xanthi, you spend time studying those books and tomes that were given to you by Rainier to try and track down this hidden place within the keep. But then Edwin, you sit there in your room. What is Edwin doing?
Oh man. A majority of the time just sitting on the bed staring at the wall. Kind of replaying the events through his head. Joe, Edwin was definitely full of mind in that whole scenario, right? Or is there like
Nope.
the influence?
Nope.
It was, yeah. I mean, Edwin, there's so many thoughts in his mind right now. There's running away and never be seen again. There's, spending his entire life in the dungeon. There's darker thoughts. He looks at a window nearby. It's pretty rough. He's thinking and contemplating, like he's like having an internal like war of moralities. Of like, I could lie and say that something influenced me and probably get out of this, but I don't deserve that. I don't, like, I murdered somebody, so I should be, held to the full extent of the law. Just because I'm a prince doesn't mean I should get special treatment. A lot of back and forth. And then he looks down towards the gauntlet, which is not there?
No, as you look down, Edwin, it's on your hand.
Okay. Can he take it off, or is it
No, you can take it
stuck
off.
there now?
You can take it off just fine.
Yeah, he eventually asks the guards if they can bring Astrid and Freya to him.
We have been permitted, Prince Edwin. That until more information has been discovered about the current situation, and no one is permitted to see you till then.
No one.
Unless it is a member of the council or a member of the King's Hand.
But my wife and child are not allowed?
They are not a member of the council nor a member of the King's Hand. I'm sorry, my prince, but our orders are directly from the Lord Regent.
Very well. Thank you. And yeah, he's just gonna... Guess he's just gonna sulk.
And when you sit there, sulking, waiting, thought after thought rushing through your head about what to do, where else you'd like to be, or what other solutions there may be. And you hear that voice once more. This time it feels closer. Almost like it's in the walls. It's the same voice, though, the most recent one. Not that old, ancient, decayed one. This one is fresh, rejuvenated.
They don't understand it. They don't know what it's like. Your siblings, especially so. I thought that taking ownership would... I thought they would understand. But they don't. There is an important question you have to answer. Here, Edwin. Do you continue to commit to the truth and potentially be sent to the abyssal hold if the king will not pardon you? Or there are other means. You could simply just lie. They will never understand, sadly. And if you
they
are...
would.
Exactly. And if you are in the abyssal hold, then who will protect your family, Edwin? Surely not them, considering that they do not understand. You should do what you think is best.
Why don't they understand? I thought they would. We talked about it. We knew Davian was a problem. He had to be removed. I don't understand why. Why are they all against me?
It is ignorance, that is all. They love you dearly, and they love your family dearly. They just don't understand what it's like. Very few do. But just as you've said before, Edwin, you will do anything to protect your family. You would watch the world burn to protect your family.
I just don't understand why they don't share the same sentiment. Do they really love my family if they're not willing to do the things I'm willing to do?
I don't know. But what I do know is that if you are to protect them and to continue the work that is so very important to you, I think the only thing you can do is lie. Say you were under the influence of whatever devil possessed him that masqueraded as Davian. And it wasn't until now that you realized it. The effects, well, they took time to wear off, but now you see it more clearly. Of course you wanted to kill him, but you didn't think you could, and then somehow you did, and there was shame and grief and pain. I think then they might understand.
I could. I've never been a good liar.
Yes. I fear that is true, but at least this way, it's something you remember so fuzzy you don't have the exact details. You feel like you've betrayed them. It all comes from a root of truth.
Could you help me when the time comes? Tell me what to say.
I think you have been helped enough. There are many things a man must do on his own. Consider this a trial, I suppose. To prove that you have what it takes to do what is necessary, even when you are not as skilled as you wish to be.
I will try. I
Very
have to.
You do. Or else, who will protect them?
Right.
And with that, you can feel that kind of presence begin to leave the room, leak from the walls, and retreat.
So, Edwin is going to make his way over to his, I guess wherever he left his like belongings from coming back, and I assume he has a big backpacker or something like that, and he's gonna go over there and just kind of rummage through his things and pull out a this like long like metallic sheath thing and place it on his bed and then start unwrapping it. It's a longsword. It's ornate. Looks old, like it hasn't been kept up in a while. And he's gonna start cleaning it.
So yeah, with the oil and whetstone, you clean and begin to sharpen the blade. Eventually, most of the rest of the day passes, and all of you are called back to the council chambers, which has now been cleaned and properly dressed to remove any sign of anything that had happened. Yeah, I also, sorry, I do not know why the thing is broken now for the light up characters. I guess I'll have to find a different tool to use because I just tried to go to their website and it's also broken. Their website's also broken. Isn't that cool?
Woohoo!
Interesting. Oh wait,
Sick.
it's working now. I don't know. It was working initially. We'll see. Maybe it'll just come back to life. Maybe we'll see. So all of you are then brought back to the council chambers. This time you can see that all of the council members are present, aside from the spy master, of course.
Nah, he's still there.
Davian is sitting there. You thought you
Jesus
got
fucking
rid of
Christ.
me.
Stories of my
Wait,
demise
what?
were greatly exaggerated. I was tied in a chest the entire time. I'm very small.
So, all of you are brought in, and all of you take a seat across the table from the council, same as you always have. And the Lord Regent, Gareth, he will begin to speak and say,
Thank you all for returning this late in the evening. I know there were most likely many things you'd rather be doing, but it is important we have this conversation now. Garrett, if you would be willing. Of course. So, upon investigation, the remains were not older than a week or two, which means that Davian was killed most likely the night of the Sentinel Festival, the conclusion of it. Either that or the few days before. Now, Edwin, I understand that your memory of the events could be hazy for a variety of different reasons. But can you confirm or deny that as your memory leads you to believe?
I remember the night in pieces. Slowly, I'm reminded of more, but I know that it was I who I know that it was I who killed Davian. I don't remember how. I can assume the why.
Of course.
He looks towards Xanthi, like slightly. I remember being in my room and hearing a voice. I remember the voice telling me that Davian is weak. He is alone, injured. And almost getting a sort of vision of the room. And before I know it, I was in the room.
Are there any other things you can remember about that moment? Smells, sensations? Things like the taste of blood, like iron or brimstone, sulfur.
There was a smell of sulfur. There was a sensation of heat, but not.
So can Kaylin tell if? I mean, she's not gonna say shit during this, but she's watching Edwin very closely. Does it seem like he is being truthful in the story he is recounting? To Kaylin, at least.
Make an insight check.
Do I roll something?
No, you're good.
Seven.
17. I would say that as of right now, you don't necessarily pick up on anything, but if anything changes, I'll let you know. Seems like he's telling the truth as far as you can tell.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Back to it.
Sorry.
There was a sensation of heat, but not malignant, but comforting. Like a blanket being wrapped around you. I don't remember what was next, but I remember the next thing I saw was Davian's body and standing over top of it.
all right. Well, that does give us some very useful information. My thanks, Prince Edwin. So, from what our investigation led us to believe, in the council chambers, after the events transpired, Morgana proceeded with an investigation to try and determine where those sigils of teleportation either went to or came from, if there was any residue left over. Sometimes when individuals transport, whether it be between realms or to different areas of the same plane, they can leave behind traces of where they were going or where they were from. This individual is highly skilled in such matters, but they did leave behind traces. We believe that this individual originated from one of the circles of the Nine Hells. We are unsure as to which one, but it wasn't just a tiefling born of this realm. It was an entity from the Nine Hells. Now, devils are known to be manipulative, lulling you into a false sense of security, and some of them even have the powers to reshape your memories. I think, and as Sentinel, the conclusion I make in this moment is that Prince Edwin was being manipulated or controlled by his desire to see Davian dead, and some entity used that to their advantage, using Edwin as that, I suppose, is the murder weapon. That is the scenario that I am most inclined to believe in this current moment, as any of the others, unfortunately, allow Edwin to not leave this keep, nor leave the dungeons alone. Until, of course, the king awakes and a decision can be made. As after a conversation with the Lord Regent, he will not rule in place of the king in question of the king's firstborn son. That is what I am inclined to believe about this situation, Lord Regent. Should any information I discover prove contrast to that, I will not hesitate to bring it up to this council. And Prince Edwin, if it is discovered that you are withholding information in this current moment that would change my conclusion, I shudder to think what the verdict might be in the future. Do I make myself clear? It's not the end of the road yet. If you'd like to say anything now, that honesty will not be looked upon poorly. We all make mistakes in moments of high anxiety and tension. It's not too late to be honest.
I think the only thing else I can say in all honesty is that I am sorry to all of you. But I do not remorse Davian's departure.
I mean, Kaylin's not even looking at Edwin.
Do not believe that Regret or lack thereof is a punishable crime by any means. Seems we have the situation laid out in front of us. If the council is willing, I'm sure we can come to an agreement that this was a case of manipulation. To be looked into further, yes. But from what Garrett laid out, it's hardly something that Edwin can be given full blame for.
Yes. I suppose that I can be in agreement of that. Lady Alondra, in terms of sending word, the drafts that you've created, in your opinion, is there a best way to frame this? I must say that I think that all things considered related to Prince Edwin and his current situation regarding Astrid and Freya, I do think it would be best to omit him from this situation in terms of public viewing. I think it is best if we say that this was an effort done by whatever cultists were behind that of the attack of Skyhaven, and they merely wish to handicap the king and his council, removing their information network. That would be my recommendation as a best course of action. Very well. If that is what you think is best, and there are no disagreements here.
As Gareth looks to the collective of you.
Sounds good.
Me? Kaylin, like I said, she's mad, so she has nothing to say. She just nods.
Yeah, same with Via.
Very well, then that is answer enough for me. Continue drafting, and before you send anything out, Alondra, send it to me. And upon my approval, word can be sent out to House Thalon, House Emberlin, as well as word trickled out to the various lords and ladies. I believe it will trickle down from there.
So there's something going on in our frame right now. That was weird.
Very good. All of you are dismissed for the evening, and Prince Edwin, if you feel as though you are of sound body and mind, then I see no need for patrols and guards anymore. You will be freely permitted to move about the keep as you see fit.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course. I believe it is best for all of us to get some rest and look forward to a new day. Something that all of us should begin thinking about is who will replace Davian. His loss, although he is not missed by most of us, he still did serve a purpose on this council. And his replacement is something that we should begin looking for as quickly as we can. Morgana, Alondra, Garrett, if there's anything that you can think of or any individuals you know, I would be more than happy to begin fielding those, so as the king awakens, he can make a final decision. Same for any of you, if there is anything you may know of. Very well. You are all dismissed. Please get some rest.
I mean, at some point tonight, Xanthi wants to have a quick little chat with Edwin.
No.
I promise it ain't long.
So bad. Okay. Edwin's immediately going to Astrid and Freya. Astrid being the only one who knew about this.
Okay. So yeah, you go to Astrid and Freya. This late at night, Freya's already been put to bed. Because at this point, it's probably 10, 11 o'clock at night. Like, it is pretty late.
Edwin
and-
does the whole parent thing where the kid's asleep and he walks over and gives her a kiss on the forehead, tucks her in more, and talks to Astrid. I mean, it doesn't need to be role played out, but the conversation is definitely like, they found out. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Pretty much the whole thing.
I think the only thing that she would impart to you, because I guess it's up to you if you divulge that you lied. Ish.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
I mean it's his wife. He's gonna tell her everything. So
yeah. So the only thing she would say is that
I wish that they could have understood. But if that is the way that this world works, then I'm glad that you're not confined to a dungeon.
I hope over time they will understand. I'm just glad that you do.
I do.
That's all that really matters.
and she'll hug you. And at that point, there is a knock on your door to this chamber, Edwin.
He goes to see who it is.
Well, I believe it would be Xanthi.
He closes the door.
Oh, my God.
He doesn't.
Might we have a private word?
He looks back to Astrid for a
Oh, yeah.
visual response.
Astrid would nod.
There's a slight. Xanthi doesn't see it because he's turned around, but he looks to Astrid like, oh, "Come on, really? You couldn't have made something up? Okay."
Get me out of this.
Yeah. He turns back around to Xanthi and says, "Of course." Do. I don't know. Where we going?
Did you do indeed?
Yeah, you guys can walk out to well, this late at night, an area where there is quite a bit of privacy would be actually where the Crimson Gloom is. I've been waiting to use this image, so that's where you're gonna have this conversation.
Oh my God. This feels so vibesy. I love it.
Sort of red petals falling.
We're the vampires.
Perfect.
So the two of you walk out
First
in the
of all,
courtyard.
I'm glad you still have your freedom.
You're glad that I lied.
I do not know that you lied, Edmund. I do not know the truth, and I do not care to hear it in this moment. Listen. I think, in all honesty, this is the best outcome we could have had. I understand that even if you have resentment, or had resentment, towards Davian, surely this is not the way you wished for all of it to end. But it is the way it has.
Xanthi, I did not have resentment. I had hatred.
Take the evening and the night be angry about it. Be upset with how the council took it, how everything happened. Whatever you need. But it is done and it is over, and we need you back. In the morning, you're a man with a cleared name and one less thing to worry about. It is ultimately a good thing. We cannot have you moping. We need this whole event to be over. All right?
Why do you need me? I feel like ever since I've been back, I've really made more issues.
And you have. I wish you would stop doing so, but you are still my brother. At least in the half that counts. I've always needed you. Perhaps this time you can actually be there. That's why I'm telling you. Put this behind you. The matter has happened. You cannot change it now. And whatever truth there is behind the whole thing, I want you to think very carefully about who it would help to have it revealed. Hiding it from the council is one thing, and from the rest of us another, sure, but you heard what they said in there. If we knew more, that puts blame on us as well.
This is why
Sometimes truths are more difficult and dangerous to be said than not said. If you're going to say anything more, if you're going to say anything more about what happened, about if your mind was clear, if there was manipulation, anything, I want you to think about what it helps.
I do not plan to say any more on the matter.
And I think that's for the best. I know Caelan at least will be pushing for it, but again, think about who it helps. Because I promise you it is better to just leave this behind.
I am sorry.
Don't be. You heard the announcement? You were being manipulated. You were not in sane mind. That is all there is to it. All right?
He looks to Xanthi, I think, on the verge of tears. Xanthi. Never mind. It doesn't help.
That was all. Again. In the morning, I want to see you in a better state than this, all right?
Can make no promises.
Well, I suppose being a little distraught would make sense given the circumstances.
Right.
At least in a week. However, we have more discussions with the council. You need to be there for that. Fully, alright?
All right. I will.
Right. Have a good night then.
Xanthi. Could you sit here with me a little while? We don't have to talk.
I can do that.
Thank you.
And yeah, she won't continue any conversation. She'll just sit there.
Yep, just sit there and watch the leaves fall from the tree and look at the moon.
Okay. Yeah. It is a pretty bitterly cold evening. Especially the longer you sit there, the more clear you can see your breath. These like clouds of fog. And you sit there for quite some time, just next to each other. Until eventually it's time to retire for the night, after maybe 30, 45 minutes. And the two of you had your separate ways. You had to sleep. You had to rest. The same goes for all of you. Trying your best to get some amount of sleep after the intense and, well, very, very, very stressful day that all of you just had. All right. So, with that, we will go ahead and cut back to Dragon's End. All right. Hey, look at that. Now we can actually get into downtime stuff.
Crazy.
Woo! There we go. Isn't that fun? All right. Well, not all of it's going to be this sad, so we don't need that music for.
I was about to spend downtime in jail.
Yeah, wouldn't that have been funny?
Well,
Holy
maybe you'd think about your actions a little bit.
damn. All right, we're gonna do rustic meta.
Damn.
I like this one. Okay. So, let's go and dive into downtime. Piece by piece by piece. So I have this organized week by week with things that are kind of happening throughout the entire time and then things that are specifically happening at specific moments. So hopefully, because everybody kind of sent me quite a few things, hopefully over the course of this downtime we'll cover everything. If by the time we get to the end, if there is something that I missed, just let me know and we can kind of go back and do it. I think I have everything. But I just wanted to say that now. I'm not intentionally leaving anything out that you send me. I at least want to mention it as like a footnote, even if it is a small thing.
Yeah, fair play.
So, here are some things that are just generally happening throughout downtime that all of you would notice. For one, Adarian Watch and Crown Claw Knights are growing in size and number, and their presence in the keep, in various cities, in most places in Adaria is going up and up and up. And the thing that you notice is that there is very little public pushback, whether it be from nobility or from the common folk. After what happened in Skyhaven, it seems as though the prevailing opinion is that, yeah, this was needed. There wasn't enough protection, and giving more power to the crown in this way isn't a bad thing, where that was kind of the problem with it initially. So the Adarian Watch is like quadrupling in size from where it was before, as that sort of small domino from the pact that all of you signed, as well as the edict that all of you approved from Sir Otis von Fem, and the expansion of the Adarian Watch, it was just a domino that is now cascading into something much larger, especially after the events of Skyhaven, the Sentinel Festival. When the dragon hatches, there is a obviously it's going to be very small, but over time it will get much larger, until eventually by the end of the downtime, it'll be about the size of, I'd probably say, like a big dog. Like we're talking like a 150-pound dog, and that'll be about where it's at.
Damn.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big dragon. Then, something that all of you would notice for the first few weeks, especially, probably the first month of downtime, is there is this kind of like nationwide mourning period where many of the lords and ladies are mourning the friends that they lost, or the people that they thought were their family that betrayed the nation and were a part of this attack. So there are many funerals over the course of the first month that some of you, I know, are attending. One of you I know are attending. I guess I'll be more specific, which we'll get to that later. We already covers Via's kind of procedural shift in personality a bit. Another thing is that Xanthi, over the course of the downtime, will be returning to the Guard to continue working on training and working with them to try and improve security across the keep and across the city as well. There's that. I feel like there's... Oh, okay. So there is one thing that hasn't been talked about in character yet, but then on top of Xanthi's expansion or working with the Guard, Merrick will also be training with Captain Vela for a majority of the downtime in an effort to sharpen his skills as well. Those are persistent things that are happening all throughout, not any specific things where people are traveling to a different place or doing a very specific thing. I know I've said specific like 9 times, but that's kind of... I promise you that if you are traveling somewhere to go and do something, I'm pretty sure I've got it here. All right. So that's kind of just what's happening over the course of the 2 months in general that are just kind of happening in the background. So the first thing that we're going to start with is we're going to start with something that maybe is a little bit more good vibes. Let's say that. As we are going to pick up with Merrick. So, Merrick, weirdly enough, this is something that would have, well, whatever, never mind, I don't need to say that. So, Merrick, we're going to say that this is about a 2 weeks after what happened with Edwin and with the council, just to give it a little bit more time, so that doesn't feel as looming. But you've spent a fair bit of time with Solara and with the egg, and the current day, which would be technically before Kaylin's birthday. Isn't that weird? It would be October the 23rd. And you are sort of out in the a private courtyard with Solara, and the two of you just kind of talking, chatting over lunch, just having a very, very, very nice day, trying to distract yourself from the previous trials and tribulations that you've endured. And Merrick, there is at one point where you and Solara share a very genuine laugh together, and you kind of feel this warmth in your chest that you do when you're around someone that you genuinely care for and love. And you kind of place your hand on the egg, very lightly, and you feel, well, this excitement. The egg has been rather quiet this morning. It hasn't been saying much at all. But that egg, it also radiates with that warmth. Penetrates even the gloves you currently have on, considering the cold. And you feel as though you hear something humming. And then a crack. The sound is musical, almost like bells chiming underwater. Then another and another, each one more eager than the last. And as you have it kind of in the sling on your chest, Merrick, what do you do?
Oh yeah, he's gonna take it off quickly, but like securely. You know, obviously not just like flinging it by any means.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's gonna very quickly set it on the ground, and then he's gonna grab Solara and pull her away to give the dragon broom.
So Lara's like, oh, it's happening. Oh, it's happening. Okay. All right.
No matter what happens, you can't help it. If he needs more time, he needs more time. Just we have to wait.
All right. All right. Okay. It's very nervous. You see her, she's like, she like goes to grab like a notebook to start taking notes, and then she's like, no, I'm just gonna watch. And you can see from those growing cracks emerges this creature. It's very small at first. It's these claws that kind of stretch out and pierce through the scaled egg. And then a tail out of one part. And then the smallest tips of wings. You can see the egg is like breathing almost. As it's like trying to expand and crack more. It's trying to break through that shell, but it can't. It doesn't have the strength. It tries and it tries and it tries to break through, but it just can't. Solara looks to you and looks to the egg. Are you sure we don't do anything?
If we let him out too soon before he's ready, there could be damage. It's just he has to figure this one out on his own. Hey. See, Aspen agrees.
Yeah. Aspen heard. Okay. So, you both stand there, and Merrick, internally, does he believe his words?
I mean, he does, just because, like, you know, that is kind of how it's supposed to work in nature, but he's also like, but I don't know dragons.
So,
I'm going off of rules of nature that might not affect these creatures, but I have to rely on what I know.
exactly. Okay, so
like, I think he's showing this, like, super calm demeanor, and in his head, he's just like, please work, please work, please work, please work, please work.
if I'm wrong, I'm gonna feel like such a jackass.
People are gonna be pissed.
Eventually, though, Merrick, the egg cracks open with enough force from the small, draconic creature, no larger in this current moment than a house cat, but unmistakably draconic. You can see as it begins to crawl out, this layers of mucus and moisture covering most of it, sort of mucking up and closing the wings together. You see scales of color of deep emerald that shimmers. It catches the sunlight and refracts off of it. These tiny wings that break through that mucus and moisture and unfurl with delight. You see these golden eyes open as it looks to you, Merrick, bright with curiosity and intelligence. Its gaze is fixed immediately upon you in just Tearjoy. The dragon's voice no longer resonating in your head, Merrick, but aloud. Clear and excited like a child discovering its favorite toy. Merrick! Oh, Merrick, I'm finally here. I've been waiting so long to meet you and Solara. Solara, both of you. And you can see it like sort of climbs out and the wings unfurl and they kind of flap a bit as it tries to take off, but it like almost jumps and then falls back down to the ground, and it tries to jump again, falls back down to the ground, and with a third time, a third flick of the wings and a shudder, you can see it begins to jump and go down, but then a flap of the wings, it gains height and more, and then the small creature begins to glide. I wouldn't say soaring, and it's not very graceful, not yet, but it flaps, and it's able to coast off the wind and soar as bits of scale and moisture fall off of it, as eventually it flies around and around and will land on the table that the two of you were eating your food at, and it will look to the two of you and say, I'm here. I'm here. It happened. I didn't think it would, but it happened.
We knew it would. You just needed to come in your own time. It's good to finally see you, though.
It's really good to see you. And you, too. Solara is like eyes wide. That's a dragon. That is a dragon. Uh-huh. I am. Yes, you are. You are. And such a sweet one at that. And you can see she's like approaching very cautiously. The scientist in her, you know. Merrick, how do you approach?
I think Merrick's just gonna like slowly reach out a hand and, you know, just kind of like gently rest it on like the back of its head, and then just kind of like run the hand down its like neck, just kind of like in a petting, like kind of soothing safety motion, showing like, you know, there's nothing to be afraid of, which like, you know, it already knew, but like now that it's here, it's like, this is reassurance. Like, you were right not to be worried.
Yeah. Oh.
Well,
thank you.
You know our names. I think it's time we got you yours now. I can't keep calling you Green. I don't know how dragons usually get named, but I did have a suggestion if you were up for it.
I don't know. I liked green. I am. It made sense.
True, but now that you're here, I don't think it quite suits you. I don't know the word in Draconic, but I was wondering how you liked Thorn.
I like that a lot. Thorn. I think that'll work.
Well, it's good to have you here, Thorn. Is it still like snowing, or has the weather gotten better in the past few weeks?
So like today it is better. Today it is better. It's more warm. It's not nearly as cold outside as it was. There are still some like clumps of snow that have persisted. But today is a warmer day, I would say.
Okay. I was like, is this thing out of the egg? And it's like, yay! Oh, this is terrible. But all right. Yeah, Merrick will just kind of share a look with Solara. Well, I guess it's time for you to see where you've been this whole time.
I'm very excited.
If you're up for it.
Oh, yes. I've only heard from Solara, which
you do a great job at describing things, but I never could have imagined that it would look this beautiful. Just like looking out towards the sky and the clouds and the various birds flying by and the leaves and the bushes and the various fountains and walkways, the cobbled stone mixed with mosaic to create these beautiful and intricate patterns. And it's something that the two of you have always, it's your day-to-day. This is where you've been living, and this is where you've spent so much time.
Yeah.
But Thorn, seeing it for the first time, is just enraptured by it, just overwhelmed, eyes wide, and just glowing with joy.
Merrick will just smile, liking that the curiosity is still there, feeling like he's been, rewarded for the faith that he's put into this thing.
Yeah.
He'll definitely just take some meat off his plate and provide it for Thorn, because obviously, should be eating now.
Mm-hmm. You can see kind of very much like animal, having not really figured out eating now. It's kind of uses the sharp toothed beak to kind of pierce at it and kind of wrestle it around a bit, and then having to tilt its head up to have the food slide down.
Merrick just kind of gives a look to Solara he'll get better at that. It's day one.
I'm new here.
And relax. He'll be fine.
Well, can I meet the others?
Yes, you certainly should. Merrick, because there's crown guards around both Merrick and Solara.
You can see they're both it's
Yeah, Merrick would call one over and ask them to go get, I guess, the council and the remaining members of the King's Hand.
Of course. Yes.
And
of course, my prince. And we'll head off, and all of you will be called to this the sort of central courtyards of Dragon's End. And as you get there, you can see one at a time Thorn. Like I said, about the size of a domesticated house cat. You see this small dragon, the wings unfurled, the scales of emerald, and the eyes of gold. As it just looks to all of you one by one. Oh, you must be Xanthi and Octavia and Kaelin and Edwin and the Lord Regent and the Archmage and the Envoy General and the Sentinel. It's very nice to meet all of you.
Xanthi's totally just standing there, fucking arms crossed, just looking at this thing.
Kaylin's immediately gonna go over and she's gonna say, "Hello, new friend. I have been so excited to meet you."
And I've been excited to meet you too. I've talking to Samson with you right now.
Oh, absolutely.
I
New
was-
friend for the littles.
Excited to meet you, and Samson, it's good to see you again. Samson kind of chitters a bit. Yes, very good one. I agree. Samson chitters a bit more. Really?
Oh, you can understand him.
I can, yes. Can you not?
Good luck getting him to shut up. Kaelin smiles.
You can see Samson kind of looks at you like, yeah, okay, bitch. And you can see Samson chitters something to Thorn, and Thorn kind of laughs. But doesn't say anything else, and they both kind of look at you, Kaelin.
Uh-huh. Well, welcome to the world.
Thank you. Yes.
Via's with Xanthi. She's standoffish, and she's holding Fiddle real tight, you're not going over there.
Oh, you're not gonna let him play with the new friend?
You can see
I know I
Thorn
suck.
looks at Fiddle. Hi.
Doesn't acknowledge.
Fiddle looks at.
Even with Merrick looking right at Via, she won't come over.
I cannot believe there's a real dragon among us.
Well, I'm here.
Stranger things have happened lately.
Yes, it is quite strange. Hello there, little one.
Hello.
And you just hatched today, did you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm quite impressed by your speech, your vernacular. It is quite impressive. For one as young as you are.
I spent a lot of time learning while I was in the egg, thanks to Solara and to Merrick. I learned a lot.
Very good.
And Garrett will kind of step back. Or Gareth, sorry. Garrett's new to the whole dragon egg thing. This was not something that he learned about the night he became Sentinel after he received word about what happened in the
Garrett didn't realize what he was signing up for at the end of the day.
No, but you know what? He's a trooper. He's just like, yeah, okay, this is happening. All right, cool. He's like, it's a dragon. Wow. Morgana does come over and she kind of just stares at Thorn. So, you have hatched then? Yes, Aspen. Hey, no.
I was like, hello?
Aspen just hatched. Oh, congrats, girly.
Look at her. She laughed after hey. That was really funny. So
I saw that.
You can see Morgana kind of looking at it very intently. Thorn will say, You don't need to stare. You can just ask me questions if you like. I'll answer them to the best of my ability.
Yes. So, do you have any initial reactions to the world? Any initial feelings or thoughts you wish to act upon?
Well, the first thing I did was I tried to fly, and then that worked. Well, I suppose the first thing I did was I was just very excited to see Solara and Merrick. And then I tried to fly, and then I did, and then I ate some of whatever that was on that plate there. And then I asked if I could see everyone. And I'm feeling happy, but I think that there are people here that are not happy that I'm here. And that does make me sad, but I suppose with everything that I was told about the Dragon's Triarchy, I suppose I could see the apprehension and well, I can also understand that there's a great deal of context and historical trauma related to dragons, so I can understand that too. But for all of that, I promise that I'm not bad. I promise. I promise I'm going to try everything I can to be good. I know it might be scary. And you can see that was pretty pointedly directed towards the two in the back that are uncomfortable.
Yeah, not budging.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Thorn.
Yeah, I know, right? It's so cute,
Ah!
but
I like little guys. Yeah,
little guys.
Kaylin's gonna say.
All right, Thorn, we tried. Never talk to them again. no
We
matter
all like
what.
little guys until they destroy the world when they grow up.
Kaylin's gonna say.
Tough talk coming from Edwin right now.
Damn. Well.
I want to smooch it. Do dragons have cheeks? That's just me. Sadie isn't. Oh.
What the fuck did you just say?
Do dragons
Do
have
dragons-
cheeks? I want to smooch them.
Did you ask if dragons have kinks? Is that what you just said?
Cheeks.
Cheeks, you
Oh.
weirdo.
You're a freak, boy. What?
It's a little baby dragon. Does it have like soft little scales? Like it hasn't hardened yet, so you can just like.
for sure, yeah.
Oh, anyways, I'm
Not
not
that
doing that,
you'll ever
but
know.
I am in my
Yes,
heart.
stay back there, Xanthi, and be mean.
Guys, he's just so soft. If only you could. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, are dragons when they're first born? They have feathers that then turn into scales. That'd be cool. Anyways, I'll show you.
It's like horse hooves, you know how they have those like weird ass like limb thingies on them.
Oh yeah.
Sadly, no feathers on
He's
this
covered in
side.
that.
But Thorn, you know, obviously not trying to press that situation too hard, will then turn back to the rest of everyone. So,
What now? Do I start training? Because there's fighting, right? There's things that we need to protect. So I need to learn how to fight.
I think we can take a few days before we start doing something like that.
All right. What am I supposed to do then?
You'll see. Just, get more used to moving around, learning what's around you, more of the world, and then, the rest will come. Trust me, we have a plan.
Okay. See, it's like kind of itching, Like it's kind of like.
Yeah, I can.
Like kind of.
But
You're
plans can be altered.
Can I at least try and fly some more right now?
Knock yourself out.
Yes. And we'll kind of jump off the table and then land on the ground. Ooh, ow.
Oh, shit.
I got it.
And with a jump, they'll sort of jump maybe like a foot into the air, and then the wings begin to flap and they begin to take off and soar.
I like to think because it's a baby. You know how babies are like chubby? Its body's a little chubby and its
Oh,
wings
yeah.
are just a little small, so he just kind of has a lot of hang time. You
Well,
know?
yeah, that's the thing, is it's not very graceful. He's
Little
not
belly dragon.
flying.
Yeah.
It is like a
Following
flap
with
and a
style.
glide.
Aw.
Cutie.
There's definitely some baby fat,
I love it.
You know how when cats, specifically Trouble, run, there's like that sway of the pouch.
Yes. Yes.
Thorn's got a little bit of sway of the pouch too right now.
He's
Like a little mini Thumber Child.
Yeah,
What is
yeah.
that? Dragon?
Me too, Thorn. Me too.
And, I mean, you can see that for the Crown Claw Knights, they work with draconic creatures, I mean, daily with their wyverns, but they are beside themselves right now because this is like I said before, like dragons are so different because they are intelligent and very human-like in the way that they interact with other humans. Wyverns are not like that. Wyverns are trained like dogs to do what they're supposed to do, or trained like horses to heel when they're supposed to and to be steered. This is a person, And so the Crown Claw Knights are all kind of in shock right now watching this transpire. Same as with the other members of the council. Morgana is more focused. You can see Lady Alendra, the envoy general, is just kind of like eyes wide, like, if I could have one less PR nightmare, I would love that. But yeah, with that, Thorn has been hatched. The Emerald Dragon is finally out and about. And that leads to one question in all of your minds, whether you be the King's Hand or the Council. There is most likely another egg or two that has hatched as well. And the ramifications for that, who knows? But the question does linger in the air. Now, was there anything anyone wanted to say or do with Thorn before we move on from this moment?
Not I.
Not I.
Nope.
Have fun
No,
with
sorry.
Dragon.
I shall.
Sorry, I've got to be Gwubs.
No,
It's your
okay.
loss.
No, it's okay.
I
It
love
is.
little guys.
All right. So with that,
Screen darkens. Subclass unlocked.
the egg has hatched. And yes, Merrick, you
Little
now
baby.
have your draconic companion.
Woohoo!
Go ahead and move back here. All right. So now, what we must do is move on from there to Here we go. Now, another thing that happens within those first couple of weeks is Xanthi. You have a meeting with Sir Otis von Fem. Now, in this meeting, he gives you a bunch of new information about various expansions to the Guard with all of the funding they've received, with all the support they've received. And the previous captain of the Adarian watch, Sir Windermere, unfortunately passed away just a few weeks ago. And, well, the only logical thing to do was to assign Sir Otis as captain of the Adarian watch. So now he serves as Burgrave of Gildaro Keep, as well as captain and I suppose commander of the Adarian watch, now that it's grown so much in size. He's more than happy to meet with you, though, give you all of the specific updates and expansions. But everything seems to be going really well. In fact, one of the things he says is, I have to once again thank you very much for your assistance in the beginning of all of this, Princess Anthe. In terms of safety on the road, we have seen such increased numbers that merchant caravans are hiring less and less mercenaries to go with them, as the Adarian Watch is so strong now on the roads that merchants feel safer to not hire hundreds and hundreds of gold worth of guards. There have been 15 keeps that have been cleared out, and there have been many of those individuals, bandits and the like, that have been brought to justice.
I do not suppose that any of them were perhaps from near Arkenvale, those bandits.
No. Luckily, Arkenvale has been safe for quite some time. I think the powerful mages keep most bandits away from there. There have been some that, well, with the expansions within the past few weeks, we've been sending more Adarian Watch with House Malus and on various vessels that fight against pirates. And there have been some Adarian bandits who have been found there, but, nothing too intense yet. Just a few here and there. And I think, best of all, is, most of these bandits, they surrender peacefully. There's only been a bit of fighting in any of the various keeps. The losses of the Adarian Watch are incredibly low. Only 3 Adarian Watch have perished so far in fighting back against the bandits that, take these keeps. Most of them surrender, though. As far as we are aware right now, from what has been reported, there are only 45 bandits or pirates who have been killed by Adarian Watch members. And considering the progress we've made, I think that is much more peaceful of an operation than I think anyone anticipated this being initially.
Certainly. But please, I suppose you might be familiar. The bandits that were running Rosemont, or at least trying to, out of Sowen Keep.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Their leader, Valen Rhymecloak, he had reported that he would be going to Arkenvale. Perhaps you've moved on, if naught has already been dealt with. But please, if you find any more information about the individual, I should like to know.
Valen Rhymecloak. A wanted individual, yes?
Yes. Used to be a member of the Grey Cloaks. Grey Coats? Yeah.
Yes, that is where I recognize that name. We will keep an eye out and an ear. I'll make sure that a few extra patrols are sent to Arkenvale and the port city nearby, just to ensure that they aren't trying to stay there, waiting for some heist on the school. If I find anything, I'll be sure to let you know.
Please.
Of course.
And again, I do wish for both Skyhaven and Seahaven to be extra protected in these days.
Yes. After hearing what happened, it was my first priority to send as many Adarian Watch there as I could without draining our forces elsewhere. With this newest influx, I think every Adarian city is going to be much, much, much safer from here on.
And Princess Xanthi, I want to be very clear that that is in no small part to your efforts. You took a chance on my proposition, and I promise you that I'm going to do everything in my power to make that promise worthwhile every day.
Yeah, there's definitely like a smile that comes across her face when he's saying that. Oh. Well, it is good to know that Adaria seems to be placed in good hands. I do hope that you continue with the good work.
Every single day, we strive for perfection.
But yeah, she had nothing more specifically to say to him, just like, obviously, yeah, just getting those updates.
All right, sounds good. Updates had. Meeting adjourned. Shortly after that meeting is when Kaylin's birthday is, just to let everybody know where we're at. The week of October 28th passes, and we move on to the month of November. During this month, Edwin, towards the end of that first week, about 3 weeks after your situation in the council chambers, your marriage announcement is had. The marriage between Prince Edwin Falkrest and the daughter of the current High King of the Nonathi, Astrid Stoneheart.
Guys, we're Facebook official.
Yep. It has been announced. There is a not a large, like, over-the-top festival, but that marriage announcement is had, and the marriage will happen sometime in early to late December, to give time for planning and preparation. It is also leaked through various channels that the two of you do have a child together. And it is intentionally leaked, right? This is via Alendra's resources, that this was a child that the two of you had many, many, many years ago. And while the two of you do have genuine love for each other, this was a child that was had outside of marriage. And that is something that is information that spreads, and that most people believe that Freya is a bastard. Right. Also in that week, Merrick, you focus more on bonding with Thorn versus hard training. Kaylin, you, over the past 3-4 weeks, you have been working on this sort of diplomacy letter to the Grove and to the various places and people that you wish to go speak with. At about this point, you finalized it and you're ready to start talking to people. So what I would say is Garrett, or not Garrett, Lord Gareth is immediately full support, right? Ready to go. You read him the letter kind of in full scope, I would assume, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And
Absolutely.
he thinks it's great. He has no feedback, and he wants you to know that you have his support for this. The only other person that you can speak with here would be the Burgrave, or currently Commander Otis von Fem of the Adarian Watch, and Burgrave of Gildaro Keep. You can speak to him. Cedric Eldrin is somebody that you will need to speak with on your way to the Serpent's Grove. Currently, he is handling issues related to his mother and his grandmother's funeral within Stonewatch, the sort of central hold of House Eldrin. Yeah. But there is a train that runs from Stonewatch to... oh my goodness, I'm forgetting the Thornfield City. It doesn't matter, but it matters to me. Highfields. That's what I was going to say, but I didn't trust myself. And he will meet you in Highfields to discuss then. You know, you send a letter out and you get a response back, and he'll meet you then. And then, of course, to speak with the Elders of the Serpent's Grove, you need to go to the Serpent's Grove. So you travel to speak with Sir Otis von Fem. And You can see that he happily makes the time to meet with the princess and will greet you as you enter and say, it is a great pleasure to have a meeting with you, Lady Kaelin. Lady Kaelin is what you prefer, correct?
That is correct. Thank you for taking the time.
Of course, of course. Always happy to make time for the heirs, for the King's Hand especially. So, what is it you wanted to meet about?
She would have sent her letter ahead of time.
Oh, okay.
Joe.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yes, especially considering what you sent me earlier this week, I thought it would be best to have a conversation about it.
Yes, I've already had a conversation with Lord Gareth, and he seems to be very much excited about the proposition. So I wanted to speak with you, as you are now High Captain of the Adarian Watch, and I feel as though this will be important, as technically the borders of Kingdom will be growing.
Yes. Of course, I think that, like with all expansions of borders, there are positives and negatives to it. I think that my only... I have two concerns, based off the letter that you have sent me, and, well, based off my own experiences. And I hope that you understand me when I say that this is from a place of wanting to be honest with a member of the King's Hand, with a princess of the realms, and with a lady of House Falkrest that I do have a great deal of respect for.
And Kaelin just politely has a small smile.
Very good. My first concern is, well, I fear a potential cultural clash, specifically with the presence of the Adarian Watch. In fact, I just had a meeting with Princess Xanthi a few days ago, giving her various updates on what the Adarian Watch has accomplished. And one thing that I am nervous about is that we would attempt to expand the Adarian Watch within the Serpent's Grove's lands to help protect the merchants and various travelers on those roads, and that the people of the Serpent's Grove would not be willing to. They would not accept individuals that are there to protect them. And I know there's not much that you can speak on that now, but that is one of the concerns that I have, is that...
Well, as per my letter, you would not be entering any of the Serpent Grove's grounds. That's not really, I guess the right word would say, your jurisdiction. No, instead you would be focusing mainly on trade routes that are on the other end of it. As soon as you would reach Lord Gareth's land, that is where technically the borders of Adaria are now. I think it'd be most appropriate if the Adarian Watch continues to patrol that land, and the Serpent's Grove and the following cities who are willing to agree to this can set up their own watch for their end of the trade routes. I agree. A culture clash is going to happen one way or another, but I feel as though if we ease into this process, acceptance comes with time, not when something is forced upon others. Kaelin smiles.
Of course, but then it's not truthfully a part of Adaria, then, is it?
Oh no, it is. It's not about who has the right to walk where. It is also the feeling that they can, right? Why do we need a Adarian Watch to patrol those grounds when they're patrolled fine as it is? They would just be responsible for their own people, their own actions.
Yes, but if I may propose a scenario.
Sure.
There are criminals who commit a heinous crime within the fields. They retreat to the lands of the Serpent's Grove, and it is the Adarian Watch's responsibility to track those individuals down and bring them to justice, but they retreat into the lands of the Serpent's Grove, which is a part of Adaria in this scenario, but the Serpent's Grove does not allow the Adarian Watch to cross those borders. What do you propose?
I think you misunderstand what I'm saying. If that's the case, I think there's full accountability on the Darien Watch to go after this person. I think both parties can travel freely between the two. But I'm not saying that there needs to be a consistent patrol of either one. If there's an issue, they work together to solve it.
Of course. I understand that. I just would wish, if I could change your mind on anything, it would be to perhaps try and build in some sense of structured support from the Adarian Watch.
I think there's going to be pushback on that front. I think in time, perhaps we could come up with a separate plan where there is an Adarian Watch, but perhaps a special section of it where that consists of those members of the Serpent Grove and those of the original Adarian Watch. That way you have somebody who knows the land and could guide those around, but also won't be as much of a culture shock for those citizens who are watching what is happening, if that makes sense. I think we can compromise on that.
Yes. I think a compromise can be made on it. If it is something that you can promise that you will do what you can to ensure that at least some mixture of Adarian Watch, even if there are Serpent's Grove mixed within, that somehow, some way in the future, perhaps there will be some form of structured patrol within those lands.
Honestly, I think that might be the best solution. I think it would make people feel more comfortable to see both sides represented as a authority.
I can do what I can to find individuals that would be open to such an experience, but I would request that, when that day comes, that the Serpent's Grove do their part to find individuals that would be open to that experience as well. It is no secret.
Absolutely, I can have Bjorn look into that.
Yes. Oh, very good then.
I hope you know I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
No, of course not. And you are not, Lady Caitlin.
I know that there's going to be culture shock. And I'm just trying to do what I can to ease into this. But I also don't want people to feel threatened. And I think that's where my concern comes from. And I'm sure you are feeling the same.
Exactly.
Your other concern?
I believe that both were addressed in what you've brought up.
Great. I am making a trip to the Serpent's Grove within the next few weeks, actually. So between myself and Bjorn, I think the two of us can find some individuals who would be willing to try this experiment out. And perhaps we can bring them into the keep to meet you, and if you have a few guards of your own, perhaps we start small with one unit that is a mixture of both. They patrol the main trade route in and out. Once that does open up, and we can see how that goes. We assess the situation from there.
I can agree to that.
Thank you. So, do I have your approval to move forward with this?
Provided that that is a priority. Once the
all parties have agreed to it, that we focus on making sure that that route is secure with a mixture of Serpent's Grove and Adarian peoples, then I see no problem in it.
Great. I appreciate you taking this time. I'm just gonna slide some papers over for him to sign.
Of course. And you can see that he will take out a pen and he will sign his name, Otis Von Finn.
Thank you. I know that in the past our meetings maybe have not been the most pleasant, but I think this was a very good example of what our peoples can do, so I appreciate it.
And I am, at the end of the day, a servant of the crown and the king's hand. And if this is the will of the king and the council and the king's hand, then I'll do what I can to support it.
Bro, is he just so uncomfortable this whole time?
Mm-hmm.
Grand. Good. She likes making men feel uncomfortable. Squirm! Squirm! She smiles. She does that thing where you, like, tap the papers to get them all in order. And then she'll collect them, and she will walk out.
All right. Sounds good to me. All right. So, from there, we will travel far away to the end of that week. As here we go. Sorry, I'm just double checking one thing here real quick. Yeah. So we are going to move a fair distance away from Dragon's End in this moment, and we are going to move to the Kingswood, a place we've only been one time in a cutscene way back when, where King Talon and Lady Sharn of House Veltaris, where they first met. However, the atmosphere here is not as celebratory as a king's hunt. There is currently a funeral dirge that plays. As well, Xanthi, you have come out all this way, as this is part of the lands of House of Arisen for the funeral. Now, it is no small thing for a princess of the realm to arrive anywhere, but you do have some control as to how large of a company you travel with. So my question to you, Xanthi, is in going to this funeral, do you try and keep it as low-key as possible, or do you allow the pomp and circumstance that would typically be there for a royal arrival, even at a funeral?
I mean, she wouldn't have the pomp in terms of, like, you know, needing to be announced, all this, like, you know, all of that. But she would still take on the kind of entourage of it. Not in a way to be, like, imposing, but in a way to make it feel like it's a secured event, especially with everything going on. So it's like, as soon as, like, she gets to the area, she'd be kind of, like, directing people to kind of more so stand guard over the area rather than herself, you know?
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. So you do just that, and they acknowledge that. And you make your way throughout the crowds, and you take your seat through the funeral rites and procession. You can see there are various clerics of the Church of Unity that are here, as well as his wife, Lord Aldrich's wife, as well as Rahavi. I said that right, because I remember the last time I said it wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. So you see Rahavi standing beside his mom. She's currently dressed in black. He himself dressed in dark colors as well. Funeral service is partway through completion, and you can see that Rahavi steps forward to speak to the crowd that has gathered. And occasionally he does look to you, as the two of you haven't had a moment in private to talk at all yet, but he has returned home. And he looks to you occasionally, but for a lot of it he tries to avoid looking directly at you and just sort of speaks out to the crowd. He says,
My father used to say that wine was the most honest thing in the world. It cannot lie about its grape, its soil, or its season, he would tell me. In wine, there is truth.
and you see he kind of stops for a moment.
Father, your truth has been bottled in the hearts of all who you knew, and we will savor it for years. May the gods grant you your rest, and may your spirit find this eternal harvest that you always spoke of.
And you can see he kind of turns and he'll place a hand on his father's chest, and his mother quietly weeps as eventually the coffin is carried off and to be entombed with the rest of his forebears within their keep. You can see many of the individuals that are here, they walk up and pay their respects. Mostly lesser lords and ladies. Lord Gareth is here to pay his respects as the previous lord of House Varison, Lord Aldrich, was a loyal servant. But that leaves Rahavi to take up that mantle as Lord of House Varison. And Gareth pays his respects, and so do the rest of the guests, as they eventually leave to tend to whatever other funerals they have, or whatever duties they have, until eventually it's just you, Rahavi, and the Crown Claw Knights that accompanied you here. He just kind of looks to you as the two of you have this moment of private.
Yeah, I think she kind of just is like standing there for like a moment. It's not the best of circumstances to be seeing someone again. But I think she would kind of end up taking the lead. And she's just going to go over to him and just give him just a hug that's just that little bit way too tight. I'm so sorry, my dear.
It is not your fault. I appreciate it. And just you being here, it means the world to me. Thank you.
Of course. Just wish we would be seeing each other on better terms.
As do I. Did you receive my letter? with the ink?
I did. As beautiful as always.
I know in that letter I called you a spine of Adaria, but right now I feel as though it's a little easier to stand tall with you next to me. So thank you.
Of course, and I promise whatever you need of me or the guards, you have it, all right?
If I may ask one thing of you.
Of course.
Would you be willing to stay for just a day with me here?
I would like that. Sure, there's many happier things we could talk about.
I agree.
Many happier memories of your father as well.
Many.
Like I said, I'm here.
And every moment you are here, I will cherish.
And he will sort of gesture his arm out for you to take.
And she'll take it.
I think for now, what I would like is just to walk through these vineyards and enjoy them. Even in this late fall, there is an aroma that lingers here that is so sweet.
Well, I've never previously had the chance. I'd love for you to take me through them.
And it would be my great pleasure.
And with that, the two of you begin to walk throughout the vineyard. And you can see most of the vineyard has been picked clean as part of the fall harvest, but there are still some areas that linger. And every once in a while, there is just this almost like cloud of perfume. It feels like the sweet aroma, sweet grapes. And it's nice. And even as the dead leaves of fall crunch beneath your feet in some places, every once in a while you're hit with these reminders of summer. And summer for both of you, although you were apart, was a much happier time. It was full of training and practice and responsibility and peace and prosperity. Xanthi, before you had all of this business with the dragons and the eggs and the king's hand, and Rohavi off exploring the world, doing various deals, living up life. But now the two of you are together, if but for a moment. But of course, it's sorrow and pain that unites you. It's something that's hard for the both of you to ignore. Try it as best you do. So, you enjoy your time together, but Rohavi, he understands that you can't stay here forever. And eventually, as night begins to fall, as you should be returning to your room within the keep, and eventually leaving the next morning to return to Crown's Rest, you can see the two of you just kind of stand in silence at this kind of crossroad. And you can tell there's a great deal of things Rahavi wishes to say in this moment, but you can see a very conscious effort that he decides not to. And instead of saying whatever he was going to say, he instead says, "Thank you for this day. I know in the near and far future I might not ever have one like this. But I want you to know it will be one that I savor for the rest of my days." A reminder of a simpler time.
I hope there's more days like this.
There's a silent agreement
If you're in
from him.
Adaria, at least you're closer.
That's true. That is true.
Wouldn't be amiss to find more vials of ink being delivered to me.
Well then, I think that as Lord of House Forest, and I think that is something I'm quite capable of accomplishing. Who knows? Maybe every now and again they'll be hand delivered. So we'll just have to see.
Lord certainly does suit you, at least.
A very high compliment coming from the Princess Santhi. Like the slight bow to you at that.
But I do need to get back.
All things must end, but revel in the fact that they happened, not that they must end. Good night, Princess Santhi, and I look forward to our future encounters.
As do I. Good night.
He'll give another bow. And stand there for a moment, and then turn and walk away.
No, I was gonna say that she's gonna stand there for a moment, but now I feel like it's shaded.
Has been ruined.
But she will, not staring at his rump. What the fuck, man?
Nice ass. Okay.
Oh my god.
That's Aria's ass.
All right.
But yeah, and she would be like slow to return to where like the watch is.
Yeah. All right. So, with that, we travel back to Dragon's End. And as we travel back to Dragon's End, we still have quite a few more things on our list. So we're going to take a quick break there, and we will be right back. Time is it? Let's say. Oh wait, your time. Your time is when we'll be back. BRB.
What? Oh, why did I just know?
That was
No.
like 6 hours ago.
Ryan, do you remember
Oh, no.
when you said when you're not on the VTT, how when you click back it's...
I sure did.
Oh no!
Oh no! Love that. That's fantastic.
Kaylin is in her room.
Yeah, we don't have one of those.
Okay. Okay,
Oh shit, he's back.
That was the fastest piss in the West.
because I had to listen. It's across
Did
the
you wash
hall.
your hands?
It's, yes, I did. My hands
on
are.
the way there and
Fastest
all the way
piss in the West is the greatest thing you've ever said, Gayla. I adore that.
Okay, we're back. We're ready to go.
Well,
I'm so
Merrick's not.
Well, yeah, we don't have Brian now.
Ryan, dude.
Look, in his defense, I don't think anyone thought you were gonna take a 3-second piss.
thanks for the follow, old chubby.
Pissing from rain.
Save for the piss.
Yeah, I covered my camera. It's just right across the hall, like right past that door. So in the frame, I was just look, mom, no hands.
Were you just at your office door?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Anyway,
Oh my god.
Kobe. Actually, Princess Octavia, that's something you'll be able to assist with. I have a dealer who can procure chimeras, which would be quite the spectacle indeed. However, the creatures themselves, while they are a plight on some of the farmlands of Elysia, they still do need approval from the Praetor to be taken from the lands to be used in something like what we're doing. So, Octavia, if that's something you feel comfortable with, it'd probably mean more coming from his granddaughter, technically, as opposed to the Chancellor of the Treasury. Fantastic, and I know that that is more difficult because you have never had the honor of meeting him. But if there's any, considering the role I'm playing, I guess our first child would be a dragon.
When she says that, is there any like meaning behind that?
Make an insight check.
I will
Sorry.
not. Guidance right in front of her.
1 second. Put in your Yahweh.
What's that?
Yeah.
20.
A dirty 20. So, you. So with a dirty 20 there, Merrick. It's hard to place, even with an unnatural 20. Solara does have feelings for Merrick. That's very apparent to both of you. Exiting out of that main doorway up at the top. Jesus Christ, guys, okay. All right, I'm trying. I can't just stop what I'm doing and just sip, okay? I have
Help,
to
water
still-
boy.
I have to still DM the game. Please stop.
Homie, I got 42,000 points here. Where do you think they're all going?
There. It's all gone. It's gone.
Better go refill it.
Well, now we gotta take a break so you can
That ice
refill your
will,
little
that ice will melt.
Oh
That ice will
my
melt
God.
eventually.
Here you go. Stick your head under the sink in the bathroom or some shit.
Okay. Nobody panic. There's ice cubes right next to my computer.
Brother.
It's probably really hot. It's been on all day. It's cooled down.
That's the water stains on the shirt.
That's what water cold is, right?
That's why he wears red.
That's why Edwin wears brown.
Damn! Damn!
What does that mean?
Wow,
You're
he's
mean.
catching strays.
Shit.
Or when he poops his pants because he's so scared.
He's not scared of you, all right? He's a very brave little boy. All right.
It's okay.
so-
Via's wearing yellow to cover her piss. So.
Biz.
So, Edwin's looking around, and everyone looks like shit. Except for Van Zan is doing okay. It's just, it's a little easier to see the blood on Zampi. So she does look like it, but she's actually not like that.
Yeah. Merrick, the more you look at him, he looks fine.
Yeah.
You think he's always
okay?
that red, actually.
Merrick looks like he's in Dragon Age Origins right now. What are you talking about? Interesting.
If you rolled not those, then those.
And this is why I don't roll for things.
Plus Arcana, right?
Yep, plus your
Modifier?
yep. So
At
we got-
least a 3.
Oh,
It
I
should
do it automatically.
It should
What's
auto
up?
add your con.
Wait, is that your max Via?
Yes, sir, it is.
Via and Edwin have max HP right now.
Let's fucking
Must be
go.
nice.
Look, it's a 6. It's still a 6.
I went from 10 to 18. Let's go.
For
Do I have more HP than you?
yeah, that's 16.
I have 16 as a wizard.
What's
Our fighter has the same HP as our wizard.
Never roll
Right.
again. I should have trusted.
Eric's at 20 for taking the average. It pays to play safe.
All right. Well, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. Be sure to tune in next Saturday to see what happens, see more. Here's the thing, okay? Because, listen, why would I lie about what I'm about to say? Yeah, that's the first question you gotta ask. I rolled that natural, that first one, right? With advantage. Okay, so I'm rolling 2 dice at the same time, in case you're not familiar with the rules. The first one was a natural 20, and you said, I'm gonna use my inspiration to make you re-roll that. I re-rolled the 2 dice again and rolled another natural 20, and I went, no, he used the inspiration, let me re-roll, and then I rolled it a 3rd time.
Give him the damage, Joe.
What's
Move
like
on.
being God's
Why did you
favorite?
tell
shit,
that
man.
story? Why did you tell that story?
Because
What part of that was supposed to make me feel better about the
God's
situation?
I am loyal, and I do have faith. I just hope that our king, as kind and compassionate as he is, he makes the decision that is best for this kingdom.
And I'm sure that my father will. As I said, it is not the concern of the other houses. It is an eternal fare for House Falcrest. It's a matter for my father and his council, not an outsider.
There is Gregor Flint Barrel, who is in charge of the cellar logistics, making sure that the food and board is good here, and that everybody has everything they need to eat. If there's any guests that are coming that have any dietary restrictions, making sure that those are there. There is Vitala Duskrun, who is a halfling. She is the keeper of the vault. So it's her job to keep track of everything that she has record of that has ever been stored in that vault. And anything that you store in there as well. And that record is something that is stored on her person. And it is private and only shareable with all of you.
It's not that bad. We'll get over it in the first 45
Mile or two.
minutes.
2 miles.
It's for the good of the kingdom. He'll be fine.
Eric, you can walk 2 miles in 45 minutes.
You can't.
I don't know what a mile is. Is that far?
Oh, it's far.
Okay.
Pretty bad.
1 mile is 1.6 kilometers.
So we're talking like 3K? Is that it? 2 bars? Yeah, right?
Yeah, a little more, yeah.
So 4.8 kilometers. How far you gotta walk?
4.8.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for 3 miles, yeah.
40 minutes.
You guys need to get out more.
You apparently.
Don't tell her that. She already has a big enough head as it is.
Oh, something about people with tridents, I think. My friend also had quite the ego.
Yeah, well, and their head is just big too.
Hey, that is your sister.
She just like
tries to mimic the same growling sound that he made earlier, but it comes out very like almost like a chirp instead.
Yeah. You see Samson is kind of like rolling his eyes at what Bjorn said too and growling a bit. And Bjorn looks to Samson and says, "Hey, I don't complain to you when you would nibble at my shoes in the village, did I? You keep your opinions to yourself."
Listen, I don't think you'll be so impressed when you meet me.
So that way, if there's something in the vault that, you feel like shouldn't be there, or that none of you put in there, you can go to her and you can see who put that item in there. And
Could you send us a list of all the names?
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be
Mhm.
helpful.
yeah, I got you. And then finally, there is Dravana Windmere, who is an elf, who is the steward of guest relations. So anytime guests are staying, she makes sure that the rooms are clean and proper, and that anything they need is taken care of. So if you have a Loxodon guest coming over, she'll make sure that an extra large bed is put in the room to accommodate their stature.
Amazing. I seem to have left my coin pouch in Skyhaven.
You can see
Would you,
Sir Zorik Baylor, the Kingsguard that is with you. He turns around.
I'll cover the 5 silver, my prince.
No, it's fine, it's
No,
fine. No, please. I would feel horrible. We can just...
You see, he reaches into his small coin purse and he sits.
It's cliche, but the saying "love at first sight." I was awestruck. When I saw her, nothing else mattered.
Was it the leopard? And you can tell he's teasing.
The leopard was pretty cool.
It sounds cool. Is that a common thing up there?
To warriors, yes. I mean, we have horses here. I don't know if they're actually called snow leopards. The type of they bred. He was right.
These are big leopards, right?
Oh, yes.
She is going to, with her left hand that is like the gauntlet and those clawed rings, she's going to drop Mage Hand on her right hand, and right at the wrist where her real hand is missing, she's going to use those claws to rip that open and use her little stump to paint the tree red. Sorry, guys.
That's
it is
so
what
much
it is.
worse than what we did.
Sorry. Use her little stump.
So funny.
And put her blood on the tree.
All three of the constructs go gross.
I want to leave.
That's what does it. They're like, we're done. That was too much.
That was
What
too
is-
hardcore.
All right, here we are. We're done talking about rat balls. We're back for the session. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Crimson Court. And let's go ahead and dive back into our a little bit more low-key political intrigue session as we explored the fun intricacies of actually being a ruler. As all of the kids, I'm sure, realized, oh, I don't know if I want this now, actually. Yep, let's get some tits pinched, and let's go ahead and dive right in. Yeah,
Everyone,
you had
pinch their
to,
tits, man.
gotta dial them in, dude.
Ryan is so over all of us.
All right.
Anyway,
Picking up where we
can
left
we get a
off,
remote?
our heirs, sorry.
But I'm not that strong.
Edwin gets up and walks over to Merrick and places both of his hands on his shoulders and says, "You are so strong, Merrick. Strength is not in brute force and muscles and proving yourself on the battle or even... Merrick, you have been through so much. You have been tested and tried your entire life. You have always come out on top. Always. You are so strong. Yeah.
Did Sandy like Victor?
Unless you do a little clappy clap.
But does she like him?
He's a boyfriend. He's not bad with him.
She has a situationship. It's not the same.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
She hasn't said yes yet.
It's long distance. It doesn't count.
All right. And that is John's real opinion. You heard it here first. So, all of you get in here. You can see that it readies itself for combat. I would like all of you to roll for initiative.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. We are back. We're going to dive right back into our downtime extravaganza. Okay. We move on from there. Moving on past the sort of second week of downtime. Like I said, this is starting kind of 2 weeks after the whole debacle in the council chambers. After your meeting with Otis, Kaylin, is when you depart, headed towards the Serpent's Grove very early on in November. Also early in November, Merrick, the announcement about the dragon is had. So it's, Thorn has been out and about for about 3 weeks now. And they are bigger now. In fact, they've probably like doubled in size since, their initial hatching. So they're pretty big now. And this would be the day where that public announcement is had. So I suppose that this would happen before Kaylin heads to the Serpent's Grove. So that way, not only is the council all present, but the King's Hand is also present for that announcement. My question was there anything in particular Merrick wanted to say? Otherwise, Lord Garrett was pretty much going to handle that sort of like, this is what we have.
Yeah, I mean, just to paraphrase, because I know we have a lot to do.
Mm-hmm.
Merrick would basically open up, he'd tell a little story about, a few months ago, there was a bird that was trying to hatch and it struggled, and Merrick waited because, like, it needed more time.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd relate that to, waiting for the right time to tell this people that, like, this wasn't a secret. We were just trying to wait for the right time. And Merrick would also acknowledge that, like, there's a lot going on. There's reason for people to be afraid, but he and Thorn vow that they're going to do everything they can to make sure that Adaria and the people within it are safe, that will always be their first priority.
Yeah.
And also just a reassurance to the people that, there are people watching to make sure that nothing bad happens, mainly the King's Hand, and also Garrett himself as Sentinel. Should things go badly, he will step in to make sure that it ends before it starts.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, and I mean, you can see that there are varied reactions, where some people are in shock and awe, and other people are in distress and anguish, at the return of dragons. But I mean, overall, it seems to kind of even out, where right now public opinion is middle of the road right now, with some pretty passionate voices on both sides, but it seems as though the general consensus is falling in the middle, where we'll just wait and see what happens.
Could be good, could be bad. Yeah, fair enough.
No way of knowing yet. Right now, after what happened, especially in Skyhaven, public sentiment is favoring House Falkrest because that is quite traumatic what they experienced in their family home again, you know? So it seems as though people are more willing to be trusting of something that does have a fair bit of historical trauma behind it. So there's that. All right, cool. All right. Via, you continue to work on these sort of advanced divination techniques with Master Lysander during this time also. Edwin, you in this current moment, you for the past couple of weeks have been trying to take your mind off of everything that's been happening, and you have started practicing with that older, ornate longsword in the sort of private training areas of Dragon's End. And you keep missing your steps, you keep missing your forms, and you realize that if you're going to get any better at this, you'll have to ask someone for help. And there's one person right now that you can think of that might be willing to help you.
Am I muted? Oh,
There you
no.
go. It's like, I believe in you.
Yeah, Edwin is going to go find Xanthi.
Okay. Xanthi, this time you have a knock at your door, and as you open it, it's Edwin.
Yeah, shout it in his face. No.
Yeah!
So yeah, bitch.
Are you busy?
Not at the present moment, no.
I figured as much. You're in your room. Sorry.
I am typically someone that keeps myself busy, thank you very much.
But you're not right now.
No.
Good. I have something to keep you busy. I have been attempting, long time ago, maybe 20 or so years ago, 25 so, maybe close to that, I was actually quite adept at wielding a blade. Shocking, I know. I've lost all of those skills over the years. I have been trying to train and have been failing miserably. So I was wondering, could you help me?
Should I be concerned why there is a sudden interest?
I mean, no, but I won't say you shouldn't be concerned. The reason being that, well, I have lived a life of, for the better part of 2 decades, of pacifism, of healing people and not hurting people. As of late, recent events aside, and future events take place, things have been getting a lot more dangerous. And I don't think that I can continue down the path of, well, pacifism more. I think it's better to be prepared for an actual fight than to try to heal everyone afterward.
To kind of give you like a little look up and down. I do not want this to be encouraging more situations like we've just gotten ourselves out of with Davian.
No, I absolutely promise this is not for anything like that. This is purely for self-defense. I promise.
Just taking a stance of defensiveness is hardly better than pacifism, though you realize that, yes?
Which is why we're having this conversation. I realize that I cannot not hurt people if they're trying to hurt my family, so I'll have to learn how to at least maim them.
Well, I'd be happy to help.
Good. Where do we train?
Do you not even remember where the training grounds are? Has it truly been that long?
If you remember my previous comment, over 2 decades.
You've been away from this keep for way too long, Edwin. You should know where things are.
Is it this way or?
She's just gonna start walking.
I'll follow you. And he walks behind her.
And like she is grabbing her trident as well, like, or Biden, I guess. And like we'll just give it kind of like a little flourish as they're like heading out. Set on its car.
Under his breath, he goes, "Show off." Little spin of your bident. All right.
Don't forget you asked for this.
All right. So, the two of you begin training at this point, and you work on it kind of when, Xanthe, you have time to, but making an effort to at least every other day, even if it's for short sessions when you're not away, to train and to practice, helping get Edwin in a much better position until eventually, after some time towards the end of the downtime period, Edwin does become quite the competent long swordsman. He's able to wield it, and he doesn't hurt himself, which is good.
Better than Dad can say.
Ayo.
Edwin can wield his sword better than a geriatric. You are right. That is an accurate statement.
Long sword.
Alrighty. With that, we move on to the next week, the week of November 21st.
By the way, I have a +3 to hit with a longsword. I need to fix that. I need to figure that out.
Get to the gym, bucko.
I know.
Start pumping iron. So
he's wise, not strong.
We move on. It is at this point, very early on in the week, that word eventually begins to flood the streets and various royal channels about Sir Davian Thalen's death, painting him as a rather noble individual who was serving the council and the king to the best of his ability, and because of his skill and prowess, it put a target on his back. And unfortunately, he was assassinated by the same cultist that tried to take his life that day. Eventually, they did claim him when he was on a mission outside of Dragon's End, and his body was returned to Dragon's End in a similar fashion to Rainier's. At least that's the story that is being told as a threat, it seems. Sadly, Davian was not able to be saved, and his body has been sent back home to that of House Thalen and will be buried with his forebears there. So, what's going on here? Yeah, I don't know. Sorry if you hear any barking, by the way. There is a person with a muscle car across the street that keeps like revving their engine, and Aspen keeps barking. So sorry if that's coming through at all. That's what it is.
It's not.
Okay, cool. Still is a lot though for me. Okay. So, that's good. So that happens. Because arriving at, you receive word that there are several raiders from the Nornathi lands that do go to the home of House Thalen to ensure that Davian is dead. And this is something that is organized via the crown and the council and the Nornathi raiders, so that way when they come, there's no fighting that happens as they try to get themselves to the body. It's set up so they can come, they can see the body, and they can see that Davian is dead, and they leave. They don't hurt anyone, they don't make any threats, they just confirm that Davian is in fact dead, and then they leave. So, there's that. Kaylin, it is at this point that you arrive in the high fields and you sit down for your conversation with Lord Paramount, Cedric Eldrin. So, Lord Gareth instructed, he sent a letter back home with you to allow let the servants know to allow you to use whatever amenities in his keep that you deem necessary.
And his mom died, right? In the attack?
His mom was the treasurer, and his grandmother was the Lady Paramount.
Great. Okay.
So with that, Kaylin, there is a private office that you have been allowed to have this meeting in, and it's where you've been working on your speeches and various things that you're going to say to the council as well as to Cedric. The meeting that you were supposed to have with Cedric was supposed to start about 15, 20 minutes ago. But you've just kind of been sitting there waiting.
And she starts, like, tapping her gauntleted hand on the table and just looking around. And she'll, like, look at Samson.
Oh. After about 15 minutes, the door cracks open and there's a servant. Lady Kaylin.
Oh, hello. Are we too early?
No, the Lord Paramount sends his regards, but he will not be able to meet with you on this day.
Why not?
He is, as he said, he's busy with other matters.
Well, I sent a letter ahead. I'm going to be leaving for some time. This is the only day that I have. Can't spare a few moments.
You can see she's trying to find what to say.
It seems as though he voiced to me that he does not have an interest in speaking with the princess because of the recent trauma his family has endured.
Kaylin, like, narrows her eyes. Does she feel like this woman is telling the truth?
Make an insight check.
Because it's been a few weeks. I mean, not that you just get over it, okay? I understand that sounds bad, but...
They say that grief that lasts longer than 6 months is... Okay, 21. You can see that she is trying to figure out a way to translate what he actually said to a way that, like, follows political decorum.
Okay, well, you might not be aware of this, but, I used to actually tutor Sir Edric when he was younger. So we have more than just a neighborly or cordial relationship. I think he owes it to someone who has helped him advance in his studies to meet with me for a few moments.
I will share this with him.
Okay, why don't you just walk me down there and I can introduce myself.
I don't think that that's a very good idea, Lady Kaylin. But if the princess insists, then yes, please follow me.
The lady does insist, and I will follow.
All right, she will lead you kind of in circles, you feel like, at most, as she's trying to, like, not take you there. But eventually she does lead you to where Cedric is. Right. So You can see that there is a rather ornate set of doors. Is another guest room, very similar to the ones that you have on a different side of the keep of Highfields. But you can hear chatter behind the door as the servant says, "If you would be willing to wait right here, Lady Kaelin."
Sure.
And she kind of nods and will head into the room, and you hear very muffled, the thick doors and stone, kind of disbelief and raised voices, and then some silence, and then the servant comes back out and says, "Lord Paramount will see you now."
Thank you. It is appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
Kaelin will go inside.
All right. And you can see Cedric is here, and he is drinking. There's a few other people in the room that he's currently conversing with and speaking to. He does not greet you as you enter.
Hello, everyone. I hope we're all having a wonderful day today. I believe Sir Edric and I have a meeting.
So, here is where I was. All right. You have to understand, newly christened Lord Paramount, it is a lot of responsibility. So much, in fact. But here I am, the various bankers of House Eldrin gathering around, wishing to hear what investments I want to make across the kingdom, and they were all hanging on every single one of my words. It was... it was
Hello.
quite nice.
It is a great time to see everyone, but I do believe that Sir Edric and I have a meeting.
It is Lord Paramount Edric and Princess Kaelin. It is great to see you again. Sorry, I did not hear you come in. If I recall, I informed the servant that we were no longer meeting today. Did you not receive that word?
Kaelin. And I did, but unfortunately I am traveling. And this is the only time I have, and I would like to make the most of it. I'm sure you won't take much longer than a few moments.
Yes. Well, I'm sorry that I will have missed you, but as you can see, I am quite busy. So, farewell and safe travels.
Who else is in the room right now? Who are these fucking people?
Kaelin, you don't recognize them. They're lords and ladies, merchants, wealthy people, but
Are
nobody
they
like
looking
a
at Kaelin?
serious consequence.
Are they looking at her?
No, they are like eyes down on the ground. There's one of them, a much larger, portly, sort of balding merchant. Says, "Well, I will excuse you, the Lord Paramount. I did not know that. No, please, sit.
There's like a tightening in Kaelin's jaw. And her
You
eyes
gentlemen, stay here. I will go speak with the princess, and I
Lady Kaelin.
will return very shortly. Shall we, princess?
Lady Kaelin.
That is not a title befitting your station. Princess Kaelin, let us walk, shall we? And he'll walk past you towards the door.
Yeah, Kaelin will, like, take a moment, pick her fucking jaw off the floor, and then follow after.
With
Is there
that,
a reason why you are being extremely disrespectful? I haven't seen you in years, and the first thing you do is completely ignore my existence?
now, just to clarify something here real quick before we get into this. Did you send the letter to him in advance, same as you did Otis?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
That's what I thought. Well, I suppose I don't understand what you expect me to do after sending me
what you did to take you seriously? I mean, come on. That was a joke, right?
No, I'm as serious as a serpent's bite. There's nothing joking about it. This is something that has already been approved by Sir Gareth, Lord Gareth, and by Otis. I mean, the High Captain of the Adarian Watch. I've already have 2 approvals. I am on my way right now to Serpent's Grove to get their approval. And I was doing the respectful thing by approaching you, because now you are in charge of trade and taxation for our kingdom. And this is going to be impactful on that. We are going to have a lot of positive growth from this.
You speak as though this has already been completed. If I recall correctly to the Concord of the Crowns, in order to add to the kingdoms that we currently call that of the kingdoms of Adaria, it requires a supermajority of the royal houses, of the major houses.
Correct.
And House Falkrest and House Thornfield are only 2 of those.
And you see the reason why I have asked for this meeting.
Yes, and the answer is no, Kaelin.
That's it. You have no reason for your no, just no.
No reason? I mean, I had hoped that after living with civilized people for so long, you would understand why it wouldn't work, but I suppose that's not correct then, is it? Still stuck in the ways of serpent and mud, I guess?
You really are ignorant, aren't you?
No, I'm not ignorant. I know that there's a great deal that the Serpent's Grove could contribute to Adaria. There's a great deal of wealth and trade to be made for all parties. But from the accord that you gave, it is us signing away protection and us giving away our secrets for so little in return. I mean, you expect the Serpent's Grove to reciprocate any of that.
Yes, and then some.
Oh, because
Listen,
they
the
haven't so
finest
far.
lawyers in all of the land. We have people who can walk beyond this realm into others. We can speak with spirits that you've never even heard of.
Yes,
before.
and that was a skill that was very cared for by the King's Hand when choosing a new sentinel, wasn't it? Apparently spirit walking wasn't good enough. As Bjorn didn't make the cut, did he? So tell me, how is that a valuable skill to Adaria then, if it wasn't even valuable enough for our sentinel to have?
You speak like you know everything. But
No.
you don't.
No, I don't. I don't, Princess, I don't. But do you know what I do know?
Do not refer to me as a princess. I am Lady Kaelin, and you will respect me as such because I am Kaelin Falkrest. And if you call me princess again, I will ensure that you never sleep peacefully. Do you understand?
What, with witch magic? There's one thing you need to understand, Princess. In our interactions, House Eldrin owns the crown. You do not know the insurmountable, overwhelming debt House Falkrest owes, and the crown owes to us. So, when I say Princess, you will say thank you, Lord Paramount. For if you do not, the loans will come calling. And this infrastructure, this kingdom will come crashing down because the crown cannot pay back what it is owed. So...
Kaelin's gonna slap him, please.
Yeah, roll for an attack.
Great. With advantage because he doesn't see it coming?
Roll a d20.
Okay.
Damn. You serpent-scaled bitch! Never will you put your hands on me again. And I'll have you know right now, those loans will be paid back.
you will pay back every cent you owe, and if you do not, well, I'm happy to claim Skyhaven as a new home of House Eldrin, because I don't know who you're going to pay it back. And good luck getting the other house's approval, because now the Princess Kaylin resorts to violence when she isn't given her way.
I will see you in your dreams, Cedric.
Safe travels. And he spits on you. All right, he walks away.
I'm gonna send you a message.
All right.
Sorry, I'm picking my spell.
Oh, God. I'm gonna Eldritch blast him in the back of the head.
No.
If I had
In his rump.
If I
Right
had a nickel
in the rump.
for every time a child of House Falkrest killed a noble, I'd have two nickels.
She's in a lot, but it's weird it happened twice.
Yep. Okay. Kayla K is typing ... So needless to say, I don't think the conversation could have gone better.
I was looking at his little profile on Kaylin's page. Real cunt, that one.
I'll post it in here just so everybody can see.
He gives me Jaime Lannister vibes in the worst way.
Yeah, this is definitely Jaime Lannister who pushed the kid out of the window.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. A simple curse. That's it. Okay. All right.
I'll take that.
Sounds good.
God, we are.
But on
moving
the
this
outside,
kingdom.
but on the outside, it's just Kaylin. She's just whispering something under her breath. But she has like a couple tears in her eyes as she's saying it. Yeah. And I can feel like she has like her gauntleted hands like slowly carving stuff into the air, and then she has her other hand holding Samson.
Okay.
Probably grabbing him by his little scruff because he's
yeah.
probably not very happy either right now.
He's feral. Let me at him.
Don't hold me back. Hold me back. Don't hold me back.
Okay. All right.
That really hurt my feelings.
Well, shouldn't have went to talk to him. I don't know.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, Carlo.
All right. Good.
Oh.
Sorry. It's lingering. Let's move on before I say anything I may regret. We're going to cut back to the keep. Actually. Kayla, you good?
Yeah, fine. Just wiping the spit off my face.
I couldn't tell if that was a laugh or a sob you just did. I didn't make sure.
Oh,
I thought you went.
Yeah. I did both.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. We are going to cut to the keep and to Xanthi.
Good luck, Gemma. That's some ominous music.
That's definitely not the right vibes.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go. That's better.
I was like, what else could possibly happen this session?
This still isn't great.
Xanthi, you have spent the past 4 or 5 weeks going through various notations and documents and blueprints and writings and drawings that were given to you by Rainier to try and find this place. This place that you were told about in Elendara's letter. Your latest clue, what you think is the last one, leads you to the Royal Library. This sort of grand archive within the keep. You're here pretty late at night. Dust motes dance in these shafts of moonlight. And you find yourself near one bookshelf that, in the notations that you had, that Elendara herself, when visiting the keep, that she would always linger nearby. Leather-bound volumes that seem ordinary enough, histories of the southern campaigns, agricultural practices of the lowlands, maritime trade routes, all seemingly kind of random in this small area here. But there's something that the way the light hits the spine of genealogies of lesser houses, it seems wrong. The shadow cast doesn't match the thickness of the book exactly. And as you sort of pull the book out and open it, you see that that book is hollow. And there's a folded note with Elendara's handwriting and a small brass key. The note says, behind the portrait of Synira's coronation, press the emerald in her crown, signed E. So, you follow the instruction?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you follow the instructions, and it leads you to a quiet, almost abandoned alcove of the library, where there is a painting that depicts Queen Synira Warrendel's coronation. And you can see that in the crown that she wears, there is an emerald that sits in the center that seems to almost have dimension, to be raised out of the canvas. And as you lightly trace your hand over it, it is. Do you press the gem in?
Yeah.
All right. When you press it, the portrait swings aside like a door, revealing this narrow chamber lit by eternal candle flames. You make your way down the hall, following a couple of twists and turns until eventually you get to the end, where you find a door of a similar fashion to the one at the base, somewhere underneath Skyhaven. That same tree-like door. And using the same approach, applying just a small amount of your blood to it, tracing down the edges, the door opens. Except this one doesn't open into a hidden treasure vault of forbidden items. No, it opens to a cramped but meticulously organized study. Maps covering every wall, some Darian, others of distant lands marked with strange symbols. A desk sits at the center, its surface absolutely covered in not only dust, but many, many, many pieces of paper and information. This is her study. There is a collection of research notes. There is a bound journal. There are several different letters of correspondence, and even several architectural drawings of schematics to buildings that, upon initial glance, you are not quite aware of.
I mean, I think her mind's kind of like racing with like all this shit and like what to kind of go through first. But I mean, her first priority at the moment is she wants to see if there's anything that has the specifics on the pact that she did sign.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, the bound journal is where you start. You unclick it, and as you open that leather tome, it's that the brass key that you found in the book that opens. And here you find various journal notes from her about various things in her research. And you find that in one of the excerpts that she has in here, very early on, after she had signed the deal, she tries to recall everything she can about the pact that she signed. Given the intensity of the situation, she didn't have time to read it all as much as she wished she could have. She notes that in that moment, it was either saving her and her son's lives or dying like the rest of her family. So in that deal, she just accepted it. And all she knows is that part of her soul, as well as part of Edemir's and Talon's, were a part of the bargain as well. But they would all be alive and they would all be safe. And in terms of the contract itself, that is all that she was able to remember, and that was all she was able to find. As going through the journal, she never had contact with that patron ever again after that day.
So, just to make clear my intentions here, so the pact wasn't specifying for, like, that they had to be saved, and that was, like, the bargain. Like, with the way that, Talon is still very much kind of rocking around death's door at the minute, considering he wasn't saved technically back then by the pact. My thoughts is if there's any way to then defer that he will be saved to now.
I would say with the little bit of information there is about the pact itself, that is a little hard to ascertain. In regards to Talon specifically, or Edemir. It seems as though, from what she can remember, it was in that moment that they would be saved. Saved from death, at least, was the specifics. I don't know if that clears it up a little bit more.
No, that's all I need. So it was more that, like, moment thing. Yeah,
okay. Yeah,
thought it was worth a shot.
Yeah, no, for sure. However, there are other things that you find in relation to her, notes here. There is a excerpt that says the entity's influence runs deeper than I feared. This is pretty middle of the road in her queendom. She says, lords who should oppose each other unite behind candidates that serves its interest. Military promotions, trade agreements, even marriages, all orchestrated. Seems as though there are certain counselors who have unwavering loyalty to policies that benefit no one except it, whatever this entity is. There was one individual in particular that she notes, a noble house that was a minor noble house that is no longer around anymore. Let's see. Let's see, House Greymore. They were a vassal of House Eldrin. They were dissolved shortly in her reign because she discovered that they were working with this entity, and when she tried to get any information she could, they wouldn't budge at all. They had no memory of making any deals, but anything they tried to do, it didn't make any sense for the benefit of House Greymore or for House Eldrin. The only thing that she was able to gather that proved that they were in conspiring with this entity, whatever it was she found a great deal of infernal scriptures and writings within their libraries, much more than normal. Like there was an individual of House Greymore, whoever it was, who was making constant trips back and forth from what she believed to be the Nine Hells, trading information, literature for books from the Nine Hells. Like, these were tomes that had that scent on them. Same as what Morgana discovered from the investigation. So, whatever the entity is, it has a great influence on Adarian politics, and for some reason seems interested in Adarian politics. So that's in terms of its influence, what it's trying to do, and it seems as though it wasn't just related to that one moment with her. It seems as though it has a much wider interest in Adarian politics than what she initially believed. The other thing that you read in this journal and through her various research notes is apparently there is a Solalian artifact. So priests of Solale, they possess something called the Severing Needle, which was blessed by a high priest, apparently through the divinity of the old gods was blessed. And it is capable of cutting bonds that transcend the material realm. And she tried everything in her power to secure that item so it would be here, so she could have it and she could entrust it to whoever needed it in this current moment, but they refused every offer, every plea. And she proceeds to say that they cannot be bought, and their vaults cannot be taken by force alone, but perhaps with the right cover, with the right timing, they could be infiltrated and the Severing Needle could be taken. And she proceeds to write about how she has procured schematics. She has procured as much information she can about this royal vault within the Solalian capital, so that perhaps the Severing Needle can be gathered and it can be used to break that pact.
Yeah. I think the other thing at the moment she'd be interested in is if there was any more information on that kind of, like, what is it, like arcane practice or whatever you'd want to call it. See if there's anything more on that as well.
Oh yes, the fighting style.
Yeah, like I imagine she's just been a recluse for like the past couple of days. Like she's like taken leave from the guard. Y'all have like not seen her.
Yeah.
But, yeah, just absorbing all this shit.
Yeah, and you find a lot of information about that as well. The problem with a lot of these tomes and a lot of this documentation is that in relation to those fighting styles, there's so much that Xanthe can practice on her own, but so much of it that Elendara has found, and so much she references back in her notes about how important it is to have a teacher. Because even when Xanthe has been practicing by herself, what constantly happens is that she goes to, like, she follows the steps perfectly, exactly as they should be, but when she goes to cast the spell or manifest that energy, there is this, like, dissonance that happens. Instead of striking that chord, it's just off. Like, there's just one note off. and the spell ends up fizzling or blowing back, and either sending her flying or, causing damage to an area around her. And that's been very frustrating to Xanthi. But it has gotten better with the instructions within this room. But it keeps talking about how Uncle Talon will be able to help, that he is an expert in this, and this is what he learned how to do, and he will always be willing to help his nieces and nephews in whatever situation they might be in. Just be honest with him. Constantly harkens back to that.
But he's still very much like comatose, right?
Right now, yeah.
Yeah. I imagine just then, probably like at the end of a very long day of still trying shit, still not working, she would stop by where Talon is like resting. And just kind of like, if there's anyone there, just kind of ask for the room.
Yeah. The only person here right now is the High Arbiter, and he'll happily give it to you.
Yeah. And she'll kind of like just sit, like right next to him, just kind of grabbing his hand. You promised you're going to help. I don't know what else there is to make you better, but please, I need you. If there's any part of you that is still in there, Father, please. You are stronger than this. I know you are.
Xanthi, you feel this tension on your hand. This squeeze.
Xanthi. Xanthi, is that you?
Yes, you're awake? Please, Father?
I'm here for you, my dear. I'm here. Water. Please, some water.
Of course. And if there's like any other side, like she'll instantly grab it, and she's also like calling for the arbiter to just come back in. Just saying that he's awake.
What? He's awake. Yes. It's just. King, my king, do you? Please.
And he you kind of gently set the cup on his lips, and he drinks.
Please.
And the High Arbiter immediately rushes in, calls several other clerics in, as he begins to cough a little bit more aggressively. But then the coughing seems to quiet as the High Arbiter kind of speaks with him for a moment and then looks back to you, Xanthi, and says,
It is good news, yes?
What did you do? We've been trying for weeks to get him to wake up, and...
I didn't do anything. What does it mean? Is he stable at least now? Yes?
It's the first time we've seen any movement from him, any speech, anything. I think yes. I think that this is the first step to recovery.
When will he be back to normal? Surely it is soon, yes, if this is the first step.
Very soon, I hope. Oh. My king, please, please, my king, please, please. A moment, please. It seems sooner than we anticipated.
Well, this is good news.
Very good news.
Someone should alert my siblings as well. Please.
Yes, you stay here with him. I will send clerics to go get them. It is a shame the Lady Kaelin is not here, but perhaps once he's fully better, then she'll return. Quite the welcome home gift, I like to think. Yes, but you two, go please fetch the other heirs. Inform them that the king is awake.
All right. And with that, the rest of you are retrieved. Everyone except for Kaelin, as I said, as she's currently in the Serpent's Grove. But all of you funnel in one by one, and Xanthi, at this point, maybe 30 minutes have passed just to be able to gather everybody and get them in. And you see that in that time, Talon is now sitting up. He's not laying down. He's sort of sitting up. And some of that strength has returned to him much quicker than anyone anticipated. And while the children are being gathered, he does look to you before everyone else comes in
And says, "Thank you, Xanthi. I don't know what it was you said, or I remember hearing your voice, and thank you."
I mean, there's still just this like mix of just confusion, but also like relief that he's like better. But I mean, she's very much like stood back, like letting like the clerics or whatever fuss over him.
Yeah.
Then we'll just kind of like nod back at him.
So, one by one, each one of the other kids comes in. And all of you see Talon sitting up. I mean, he looks weak, but he's awake. The bandage still covering his eye where the wound happened, but he's awake. He sees you all come in one by one and says,
"I'm very happy to see all of you." And, well, look at me.
I'm so glad to see you're doing better, Father.
Me too.
We missed you.
I'm glad. I was afraid it was over. But I'm very glad that it's not.
Edwin wants to walk over and try and cast a healing spell. Like he's gonna put his hand on his like shoulder, give him a hug, and as he's giving him a hug, cast Cure Wounds.
yeah. As you do, you can see the spell has a full effect.
What?
It worked. It worked.
What?
Wait, hold on.
It,
Me, Jonathan. This shouldn't have worked, right? Like,
No, you're just that good man.
shit. Okay, yeah. Edwin's like, it worked. It worked. Wait a minute.
It did work. I felt that.
He cast it again.
I was gonna say you got more of that shit.
Like defibrillators.
yeah.
You're gonna be better today, right now.
I feel great.
He looks down at his hands and he whispers. He just says, "Thanks, Mom."
Edwin, my boy, you are a miracle worker.
I wouldn't say that at all, actually. But
It worked, didn't it?
you're right.
In fact, I think
And you see he kind of moves the blankets and sheets off to the side, and he goes to kind of
Whoa,
sit.
hold on.
No. And he goes to
Please
stand.
let me help you. And she's going to be like supporting him as he
Yeah,
goes, like
you-
doing that kind of
Edwin
like
is too. Edwin's right
pulling
there.
thing.
And you
We're like
kind
the
of
two nurses at the hospital.
And
just
yeah,
like,
there's-
all right.
There's
first
like,
walk."
okay, Grandpa.
Bullet.
You go to support him, and for a moment, there's a bit of a hobble. There's a bit of a reluctancy to apply tension or to put his full weight, but then he does, and he kind of raises his hands up.
I'm good. I'm good.
That is amazing. Grand Arbiter, is there a way we can send a message to Kaelin?
Yes. Yes. We can send a message immediately. Yes. As you can see, he's
Please.
like,
He's
yes,
like ushering him to go.
yes, yes, we will.
And as he like keeps looking back at Talon, just fully shocked at what he's seeing in front of him right now. But he'll head
Imagine
off.
being outdone by a level 3 cleric. Oh.
It's in the poverty. Or this is another demon.
Well,
When Merrick casts Cure Wounds, does it take or not?
no, fuck you. No.
No, Merrick, when you cast Cure Wounds, it takes also.
I know it is late, but what I want right now is I would like some wine and I would like some sweet treats to share with my children. And where is Kaelin?
She's at the Serpent's Grove,
Oh,
I believe. We're sending word. She'll be here.
that's all right. She's on important business. But still, wine, sweets, immediately. I have not felt this good in gods. I feel like years almost.
I'm glad to see you feeling well, Father.
Me too, my boy. Me too. Merrick, you have a look.
Now's not the time.
All right. Well, hey, at least tonight, before we get into whatever else is happening, have a drink, have a treat, and let's just enjoy tonight, shall we?
I can do that.
All right, my boy.
And Talon will move over and he'll give you a hug. You can see he walks briskly, no limp. The only thing that is in his step right now is pep.
So abysmal.
Not that. No, he's not leaking anything. No incontinence here. Man of his age, you'd think so, but nope. All right. So, a hug to you, Merrick, and the four of you gather in Talon's chambers. You have some wine, you have some sweet treats, and you just laugh. Talon chooses not to, in a very bardic way. And it's so strange to see your father this way, because this version of him you all have not seen in a very, very, very long time. This seems like a braggadocious adventurer. I mean, he's so full of light and joy, and it's infectious. Even with everything that happened in Skyhaven and whatever trauma and tension there is between all of you now, he tries his best to disarm it, using every tactic he can, with a well-placed joke or quip there, with a song, pulling a lute out from one of the closets and strumming a few notes, making up a song in the moment about how Edwin, right, as he said a joke, Talon said a joke earlier, and Edwin ended up having some wine come out of his nose. And all of you couldn't help but just like crack a little bit of a smile at because of how ridiculous he looks. And then Talon pulls out a lute and he makes up a little song on the spot about it. And then later on, he does small magic tricks just out of nothing, out of nowhere. Which magic tricks, when they're just magic and not sleight of hand, are, although entertaining, not nearly as impressive, but still, there is this pep, there is this life, there's this fire in him that all of you haven't seen for a very, very long time. In fact, Octavia, you've probably never seen this level in Talon by the time that you started to have memories of your father. But Xanthi, Edwin, this is the Talon that you remember from your childhoods. And there's something so bittersweet because this is so nice. But it feels, I don't want to say wrong. It just feels strange, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, imagine, especially Xanthi, it's obviously she is very much, taken in by the joy of everything. But I think there's definitely, strong nagging feeling that something is very wrong here, and she doesn't know what, and she doesn't know why, and just that kind of background noise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Of course.
Edwin's feeling that too.
Yeah. Every once in a while,
I think everyone is.
Yeah. Every once in a while, you guys all share glances with each other where you're just like... But, like I said...
Don't be a demon. Please don't be a demon.
He just sucks you in. That charisma is undeniable, as those anxieties just kind of fade away every once in a while, and you forget about them until they peak back up. So was there anything?
Yeah, unless there was anything else during the night, she would catch Edwin as everyone's kind of going their separate ways.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You know more about this than any of us. Is there... Did you sense anything different? Anything beyond obviously things working? He is okay, actually okay, yes.
To be honest, I was more overjoyed that he was all right and talking, and I didn't check.
You didn't think to?
And
sorry, that's not fair.
No, it's definitely a worry. Wait, do clerics no longer have detect evil? Or what the fuck was the channel divinity that allows me to,
I think that's a paladin thing.
Is that just paladins? I thought clerics had that.
paladin.
Fuck.
Yeah. I mean, there's the spell. Surely clerics get that right, detect good and evil.
Let me see.
Actually, it's detect
Yeah, I'm
evil
sure you
and
would-
good
Evil
for
and
some
good,
weird
yeah.
reason.
Yeah, look, it really doesn't fucking matter. So fucking shove it up your asshole, man.
Joe, would you-
I just think
would
it's
allow
stupid
me-
they named it that. It should be detect good and evil. Why is it detect evil
you-
and good? And no, it's such a bad
Evil
idea.
always
Would you allow me
wins.
to cast detect evil and good outside of his door?
Yeah, sure.
I don't have it prepared though, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah. What is?
It's
Detect-
a single action concentration up to 10 minutes. It's self and then a 30-foot radius.
For the duration, you
for
know.
the
if there is-
duration, you send.
Yeah.
Yep.
Aberration, celestial, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you and where that creature's located. Magically consecrated or desecrated. All right, cool.
The spell is blocked by 1 foot of stone dirt. Is the stone 1 foot?
Well, there's a door.
Is the
so-
door 1 foot thick?
No, the door. The door is also not
Okay.
stone. The door is wood. So,
Okay.
and the door is not 3 feet thick.
um,
Crazy.
yeah, if you allow me to do that, then I'll do
Yeah.
that with Xanthi standing right there. So Xanthi, you see Edwin kind of go into his bag, rummaging for some things. And he starts saying an incantation, and doing some hand wavy stuff. And he's going to place his hand on the door, and you watch his eyes kind of go like this dark black into like this. They kind of fade into like a white gray as he casts the spell.
Edwin, as you do, you sense in this area no place or no entities that match the description of that. However, you do detect that this place at one point in time had been desecrated, but then consecrated. Long ago. So most likely in relation to the King in Crimson, but that's the only thing you sense.
Okay. For shits and giggles, anything coming off of Xanthi?
Rude.
Well, I mean, you're a tiefling who's connected to a devil. So
Yeah, that's nice.
Uh,
Anything
Get
coming
me
off
with
you,
everyone
Mr.
tonight.
Stink Gauntlet? Check yourself before you wreck
is it
yourself,
like
mate.
is it like him wearing night vision goggles and he's staring at a light? It's just himself is bright. And he's like, I can't see anything else.
Xanthi does not ping on your radar as fiend, and you
Yeah, fuck you.
do not ping on
I
your
wasn't looking
radar
for
as anything.
Xanthi.
Well, that's what you just said.
I was like, well, I was looking towards Xanthi to see if there's like an actual like thing behind her, you know, like an
Oh,
invisible
yeah.
thing that's like,
Xanthi,
I'm right here. Yeah.
Don't look behind you.
Oh, behind me, isn't it?
I won't use this
Zoinks.
spell ever fucking again.
Zoink.
Whatever, dude.
No. You don't detect anything aside from, like I said, the consecration and desecration. But it pretty old at this point.
His eyes return back to normal. Well, I didn't feel anything. So that's a good sign.
It's real then. He is. There's nothing to be concerned about with whatever was happening with him.
Oh, we should totally be concerned about what was happening to him.
You know what I mean, please.
Right. As of right now, it doesn't seem as though there are any otherworldly influences. It just seems like he's gotten better. What did you say to him exactly?
Nothing particular.
You said something.
I just wanted him to be better. It's not like it would have been anything I've done, Edwin. You have always been the healer of the family.
More things that heal wounds than just magic.
And it's hardly like we have been neglecting him these past weeks either.
I'm glad that he's awake.
Same.
I wish Kaelin was here.
Sure she'll be returned soon enough.
This is a happy day.
Yes. Yes, very much so. It is.
Good evening, Xanthi. I will see you around. Well, probably later when we train.
Yes, well, tomorrow it is late now.
Wait, what time is it? Did I fuck that up?
Late at night, man.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Pretty
thought it was
late.
evening.
It's 8 a.m.
Oh, shit.
Like,
Oh,
when
shit, we
Zeddy
gotta
went
get trained
up,
now.
it was already fucking late in the night, and then we've just been
Oh,
fucking
okay.
yapping the rest of it. Like,
Drinking.
I will see you
it's probably
tomorrow
like morning
for
by this
training.
point. Oh.
Yeah, Edwin is like drunk right now. That's what it is.
True. He's that
Mhm.
tired drunk.
Oh.
Okay,
Good night.
well. Okay.
I'll see you later.
So the two of you go your separate ways and retire for the late evening, early morning. And you take your rest. And as all of you, as four of you take your rest within the keep, having just been reunited with your father, seemingly in such better spirits and health than he was before the incident. All of you in the keep, you rest just a little bit more easy than maybe you would have initially. There is a certain comfort to the words and the camaraderie and to the time spent with Talon Folkrest. He didn't feel like King Talon. He felt like Talon the Bard, Talon the Adventurer. It was very strange. Kaelin, you also have just arrived within the Serpent's Grove, finally having crossed not just that threshold, but past the border when home starts to feel like home. You and Bjorn have been making the travel with 2 Crown Claw Knights only, just to ensure your safety from any other bandits, but very minimal traveling company. The Crown Claw Knights do insist on traveling with you through the borders. Bjorn also does recommend it, considering everything that's happened, but at the end of the day, the choice is yours if you travel with the Crown Claw Knights or not.
Yeah, I think with everything going on, it'd be silly not to.
Okay. So with that, Kaelin, you and Bjorn and the 2 Crown Claws head into the Serpent's Grove, and before resting for the night, before arriving in that first city within the deep within the Serpent's Grove territory, you receive a message from Morgana Umbrin.
Kaelin, your father is awake. Through the words of your siblings and healing from Edwin, he is awake and well.
Can I respond?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Kaelin would say, "That is wonderful news. I'm so happy. I will be cutting my trip short to return soon."
Okay. All right. You are rest assured that message is given to Talon, but you know, even without having received a message back, that Talon doesn't want you to cut the trip short if you don't need to. Take as much time as you need. The work is important. And with that, Kaelin, as eventually you and Bjorn and the 2 Crown Claws arrive within that first Serpent's Grove city, you are greeted by several individuals of the Serpent's Grove of this land. They recognize Bjorn, and then after a short period, they recognize you. But before we get any further to the Serpent's Grove or what else happens during downtime, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate you. We will be back next week, and we will continue to dive into what's going on here. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.